All right, we are back, and look at that! Look at that! Look at Alyssa.
Oh, so okay, it's Blazor Day, right?
Yes.
Right? Am
Well,
I right?
we got to set up a few things. So let me share some visuals here so we can get started. All right, folks. Thank you for joining us. Welcome to DevReach. Welcome to DevReach 2020 online, completely free, here for all of us to hang out. A huge welcome and lots of hugs for everyone. Thank you for joining us. This is going to be an awesome week. We have so much stuff planned out just for this 1 week. So let's begin. First up, this edition of DevReach obviously is different because this is our 12th edition. We have been running this for 12 years in a row. Just think about how much technology has changed in 12 years. And our passion has always been bringing you the latest and greatest, creating a platform where all of us, all developers, architects, PMs, we can all have a platform where we can share and learn from each other. So we definitely miss out being in Sofia. I know a lot of our friends are tuning in from Bulgaria and
was
local
this
regions.
photo from past DevReach?
Yeah, and this is the one of the government buildings. So Dobar den, Zdrasty for everybody tuning in from Bulgaria. We miss you all, and hopefully next year we shall be in person as well. But we can have a lot of fun because we are remote. We can all online. We are all online, and we can just spread this out.
It kind of like opens us up for a very unique format.
Yeah.
So while it's sad that we're not all together, I'm also excited to explore what this virtual conference can look like. And I think our team has done an incredible job of building out a really cool schedule that kind of takes advantage of the virtual environment. So I'm pumped.
We shall try. And let me see if I can still highlight things. Yeah, there you go. Zdrasty. Yeah. So quick introductions. I think we did that before we officially started. I'm Sam Basu, and we have our beautiful friend Alyssa Nichol here. And we are your MCs for the day. We're going to start this off, and this is what we are looking into this week. We are looking at a full week of DevReach content, and we have broken down each day per technology, so we can have enough time, bring on some of the best experts all around the world to break this all down for us. And today is Blazor Day. We have React tomorrow. We have Xamarin, .NET, and Maui coming up on Wednesday, and Alyssa's favorite Angular Day is coming up on Thursday. And then Friday, we just chill out. We end things with a beautiful code party, loads of guests, lots of fun, amazing, passionate folks. So it's going to be a super fun week. All right. So let's move on. A big thank you to all of our sponsors. We are remote, but all of these folks are media partners. They are giving away prizes. They're lending a hand so we can bring this all to you. So thank you. You are all awesome. Computer World, Economy BG, Trending Topics, Dev BG, News, Tech News BG, Manning, Mobilize.net, Pact. You are all awesome, and thank you for helping us bring you this show. All right, so thank you. Now, DevReach, what I said, the whole week, that's the plan for during the daytime, but we want more of you. We want you to come and hang out with us after hours, right? Not after dark, as we said, Alyssa. Maybe it is dark for you. It doesn't matter. Even if it's like late afternoon, you can come and join us. So we got some fun things planned, okay? Our teams, some amazing engineers, we built a custom VR world because we are actually missing out being in the office. So we actually took the time to build a custom VR world where you can get up on the top floor office in our Sofia, our engineering headquarters. You can play some ping pong, play some darts, and just hang out in the balcony. That's after hours.
And I think you get an invite to the VR version after hours.
That is VR immersion. We'll post a link to a forum. So that is invite only. So that's happening today and Wednesday. So we don't want to go to the official store, so this is not for everybody. So you'll have to quickly do a quick side load of the app, and then you can join us in the VR world. And tomorrow we are doing an escape room. So you're going to see the whole team.
I'm so excited about this escape room.
That's going to be a lot of fun. So that's after hours. All right. So we do want to acknowledge that it's been an interesting and difficult year for a lot of people. So hopefully you are being safe, you're being productive and happy. So please take care, everyone, of yourself and your families. And while we are going to have so much fun this week, let's also be respectful. We do have a code of conduct. So please don't do things that makes others uncomfortable. So just chill. That's all there is to it. Okay. We have the books. We have some amazing folks today who are kind of suckers for pain because it takes some months to write books, and we're going to give away some of these books. Okay, so Chris Sainty is here, Jimmy Engstrom, and your host for the day, Ed Charbeneau, will join. All of these folks have written books, and we're going to partner up and give away some of these books to all of you. Which brings us to what else is there for you. This is the reason why we ask you to register for DevReach, so you can be part of the cool club. Hopefully you've gotten some swag, and throughout the day you are going to see little forms show up in the chat room. Go ahead and fill that up. Okay, there's going to be trivia, and these are the prizes you are shooting for: Xboxes, Amazon gift cards, Twitch subs are going to be dropped left and right. Okay,
maybe random popcorn.
Yeah, you don't know. Well, there are folks in the back rooms who are very generous when it comes to mystery prizes. So I am curious what that ends up being, and lots and lots of books like we just talked about. Okay. Now, just a couple of quick pointers before I know we are 7 minutes out, and you're egging to see the content for the day. But quick shout out: .NET Conf is coming out early November. That's when you can see .NET 5 and all of the Blazor goodness come more to fruition. So please join Microsoft and all the goodness that's happening. And then from us, you can see two more things coming up, because we are kind of celebrating .NET Conf as well. A little earlier, we're going to have a Future of Desktop webinar that's coming up. That's going to be Olia and myself. It should be a lot of fun. And then right after .NET Conf, we kind of, Ed and me again, actually, we kind of break this down more with the state of .NET. So that's coming up on November 19th. So please come and join us if you're free. Should be a lot of fun. Now, today is a special day, okay? Today is Blazor Day. It's rock and roll time. And one does not just simply start the day without a little bit of drama, okay? So how about you give us like 10 seconds of a breather?
Drama.
Yeah, we need drama, okay? Okay, 10 seconds and we'll come right back. All right. Well,
that
hello.
hat though.
Yeah.
That hat though.
Hello, kids. This is what you wanted, like DevReach, online, free. So I suppose you're welcome, kids. So anyways, Alyssa, look, I'm not happy, right? I'm not happy.
Because you're too rock to be happy?
I am. But guess what sells hard rock? JavaScript developers. I know that's going to hurt you. But when you feel like banging your head against the wall, that's when my music sells, okay? And then I hear these names: Daniel Roth, Steve Sanderson, Ed Charbeneau, Chris Sainty, Jimmy Engstrom, Jeremy Likness. They're trying to free you from JavaScript. Like, what the heck?
I see what you did there.
What's going to happen to my revenue? Anyways, I mean, they have invited me for a day, so I'm just going to be cool. But just remember, and I'll talk about where my music is going to come on, okay? But yeah, I'm just going to be cool for a day. But anyways, today we are on, and let's get back to our visual so I can talk through what's coming up next and who invited me here. Okay. There you go. So we are back to our rock and roll day, and today is Blazor Day. Like I said, amazing guests coming out. We have the Dan Roth joining you for a keynote, and then you got all of these folks who I'm technically supposed to say they're amazing, but we shall see. And we shall see when they need my music.
They are. Oh, they are. They are.
Yeah. Good luck. When
I think it's time. I think we got to bring him on the stage. We can't keep the suspense any longer.
I know, we will. But I'm going to tell you this. Like, when you're shipping gigabytes of .NET DLLs to the client side and you need to debug that, you're going to need this guy's music. Okay? All right? All right. Let's bring on your host for the day. Okay? That's Ed Charbeneau. Okay? Yeah, he might look a little different in real life, but I'm just going to do him the honors. Okay? Let's bring him on.
Hey.
There you go.
How are you guys doing?
Oh, we are doing well. How are you doing, Ed?
I'm doing good. Are you ready to break free? Are you ready to break free from writing JavaScript? Are you?
Yeah. All right, let's do it. So good luck, folks. Have a good day. Hopefully, Ed, you're not going to disappoint me. Just keep selling my music. That's all I care about. Okay? So go have fun, kids.
MC's out.
All right. So we've got a special guest with us today. We have the one and only Daniel Roth with us today. He's going to come deliver our keynote address here. Let's bring Daniel Roth on the show. Hey, Daniel.
Hello.
How are you doing today?
Oh, I'm doing great. Ready to rock and roll, apparently.
It is an early morning for you, so I just want to say thank you once again for coming to DevReach and bringing the Blazor framework to us all. And what are you going to talk about today in the keynote? Is this going to be a little bit .NET 5 focused?
We are going to talk about modern web development with .NET 5 and Blazor. Yes, we're going to talk about all of that stuff.
Awesome. I'll give you the floor. Go ahead and take it away, Daniel.
All right. Thank you, Ed. It's great to be here, everyone. Thank you for being here at DevReach 2020. Big thank you to the folks at Progress that make this conference possible. I'm Daniel Roth. I'm a program manager on the ASP.NET team at Microsoft. And like I said, today we're going to talk about modern web development with .NET 5 and Blazor. I'm very excited to share with you the many improvements to .NET web development that we've been working on over the past year. It is a great time to be a .NET developer. .NET has expanded as a platform to enable you to build any type of app. With .NET, you really can build anything: desktop, web, cloud, mobile, games, devices, and artificial intelligence. Who's using .NET today? Well, there are now over 5 million .NET developers. We added 1 million new .NET developers this past year, 600,000 of which are using .NET Core. And we're not just talking about Windows developers. There have been more than 2 million publishes of .NET apps to Linux environments from Visual Studio. The .NET ecosystem is just showing fantastic momentum. We've added 1.5 million .NET Core developers since 2016. In the Stack Overflow developer survey, .NET Core has been the #1 most loved framework for 2 years in a row. .NET was just open sourced in 2014, but it's now one of the top 30 highest velocity open source projects. C# is one of the top 5 languages on GitHub. Performance has always been important to .NET. .NET is now 7 times faster than Node and is in the top 10 of almost every public Tech Empower benchmark. We're also really excited to see that of the new .NET developers, 40% are students that are using .NET to learn how to code. Now, .NET has always had a great story for building web apps with ASP.NET. Traditional .NET web apps can generate dynamic user interfaces from the server. But modern web apps extend beyond what traditional .NET web apps are capable of by taking advantage of browser capabilities on the client. Modern web apps leverage the client to deliver richly interactive user interfaces with grids and dialogues, forms with validation, without adding additional load to your servers. Now, it used to be to build a rich, interactive client-side web app like this, well, you had to use a JavaScript framework, or at least, and write your app in JavaScript, or at least a language that compiles the JavaScript. But that is no longer the case, thanks to modern web standards. Blazor is a web UI framework for building single-page apps using .NET and C# instead of JavaScript. With Blazor, you can build your entire app with .NET. You get the productivity of C#, Visual Studio, and a consistent and stable ecosystem to build rich modern web UI with a high-performance .NET backend. Blazor is open source, it's cross-platform, and it runs in any modern web browser. Now, for those of you who haven't tried out Blazor before, getting started with Blazor is really easy. You just go to blazor.net and install the latest .NET Core SDK. You can then use your preferred Visual Studio tooling for your platform of choice. Blazor ships with Visual Studio and Visual Studio for Mac. So if you have one of those, you're already set to go. All right, let me show you now how easy it is to get started with Blazor. All right, so like I said, the first thing you're going to want to do is go ahead and open up the browser and go to blazor.net, and that will take you to the Blazor homepage. Click on the Get Started button, and then just click through the steps to install the .NET SDK and build your first Blazor app. Now, I've already got Visual Studio set up on my machine, but we're going to go ahead and do this. Let's create a new project. If you don't see the Blazor template right away, just go ahead and search for Blazor, and then select Blazor, create a new Blazor app. That looks like a great name for our first Blazor application. All right, now for this first Blazor app demo, I'm going to select Blazor Server. We'll talk a little bit later about what these two things are, Blazor Server versus Blazor WebAssembly. And let's go ahead and create that. And then Visual Studio will set us up with our first Blazor project. And I'm just going to go ahead and hit the big green arrow button to start the application. This app is just a normal ASP.NET Core web application that's been set up as a Blazor Server application. And there it is. All right. So this is your standard out-of-the-box Blazor template. We've got some tabs we can click around. We can go forwards and backwards. This is all client-side navigation. So every time I'm navigating around, Blazor intercepts that navigation and then renders the corresponding component. You know, we've got some HTML on the Home tab. We've got the famous Blazor counter that you click the button and the count goes up. Notice there's no page refresh happening here, so this isn't your ASP.NET of days of yore. This would normally require JavaScript in order to update the DOM in this way, but here we're just using .NET and C#. And let me show you that that's really the case. I'm going to bring Visual Studio and the browser side by side. Let's go find this counter component. Everything in Blazor is a component. So here's our, let me give myself a little more space. Here's our counter component in this counter.razor file. So at the top, we've got a page directive that makes this component a routable component. So if we navigate to /counter, then we should end up here. We've got some normal HTML. Blazor's just based on open web standards, HTML, CSS, and then .NET and C# instead of JavaScript. We've got a button with an on-click handler. Whenever we click the button, normally that would call some JavaScript, but here we're calling our C# method, increment count. When this method's called, it increments the current count, and then the component re-renders, and it renders the updated count, okay? So we can see that happening by just setting a breakpoint right there in increment count. We click the button, and voila, we just hit a breakpoint in our C# code, and it's showing us the current count, okay? So this is all executing .NET and C#. Now let's go add a little bit of functionality to this app. Let me bring up back the Solution Explorer. Actually, let me close this. I'm going to give myself a little bit more space. All right, so I'm going to add another component to this pages directory, add a Razor component. And this is going to be called Markdown Editor. We're going to add a little Markdown editor to our app. This was based off actually off of a demo that I saw William Liebenberg do at a recent .NET meetup, which I thought was great. So I'm going to try and do it justice here. All right, so let me make my mouse work again. There we go. All right, so we've got our new component. Let's add a route like we saw in our counter component. So I'm going to add the page directive at the top. And let's make the route Markdown Editor. All right, and we'll save that. And then let's get the app up and running again. Let's see if that's working. All right, let me again put this side by side. Okay, so I should be able to now browse to Markdown Editor. So I've got my routable component, and there it is. Very cool. Now watch this. I can go ahead and edit my my markup. I'm going to save. And Visual Studio, with the latest Visual Studio preview update, 16.8 Preview 4, will now detect when I make changes to my code files, and it will restart the app, rebuild, restart, and then also auto-refresh the browser for me. So that's super convenient. So we can just edit and watch the changes show up in the browser. Okay, I'm going to add a little bit more markup to this app so that we can have a place to write some markdown, some markup, some markdown. Again, I'm going to save and just refresh this for me. And there's a little text area for us. The idea is I want to write some markdown in here, like a heading or whatever, a list. and I want this to render as HTML over on this right-hand side, okay? So first things first is I want to capture the string, the text from this text area in a .NET string that I can then do some processing on. All right, so to do that, what I'm going to do is define a markdown string. Let's initialize it to empty. And then in this text area, I'm going to bind the value of the text area to our markdown string. We get lovely IntelliSense, looks great. All right, so whatever is typed into this text area should then get, populated into this markdown variable. And then I want to render the value of the markdown variable down here using this @ syntax. Okay, so let's see what that does. We'll save again. Refresh for us. All right, cool. So if I start typing something, hello world, nothing's happening yet. But if I tab out of the text area, boom. Okay, you see that? The bind then just happened. It's happening on the onChange event. So I have to actually, type some stuff and tab out to make the onChange event occur. All right, so that's cool. So the bind is working, but it's not exactly the behavior I wanted. I wanted this to bind actually on every keystroke. So I'm going to go in here and change the bind event from on change. I don't want it to be that. I want it to be on input. All right, so let's save again. And then let's see, does that work now? So hello world, yeah. Okay, so now it's capturing the text on every single keystroke. So that's good. But it's not processing any markdown yet, right? We're just basically echoing the markdown to the other side. We need to process that markdown. So we're going to use just a normal .NET library from off of NuGet in order to do that. So I'm going to go manage my NuGet packages. And I did a little bit of research beforehand, and it looks like this markdig library is seems to be the popular way to parse markdown with .NET these days. So I'm going to install this library off of NuGet. Just use a normal .NET library. That looks good. And just to make sure that's getting picked up, I'm going to rebuild the app. All right. And then instead of just rendering the value of the markdown variable, I'm going to let's get into the markdig namespace, and I think it has a markdown static class with a static method to HTML. So we should be able to pass in our string to that, and it should generate us some HTML. Let's see if that's working. So heading. Okay, yeah. I mean, it's processing the markdown now. But it's just rendering the HTML as a string content. It's not what I want. I want it to actually render the HTML. Why is this happening? Well, Blazor by default will HTML encode any string content that you try to render to make sure you're not getting any cross-site scripting issues. But there's a trick that you can use to tell Blazor, please render this string as just raw markup. And the way you do that is you take your string and you cast it to a markup string. All right, and that tells Blazor, don't encode this, just treat it as what it is. All right, let's save that. All right, and let's see if it works now. So heading, yeah. All right, we got a subheading. Can we do lists? 1, 2, yeah, we're getting a list. I think we can even do images. I think this is the syntax for images in Markdown. I mean, in an image. Where can I get an image? I think I got one here on the Blazor homepage. Yeah, this little C# and JavaScript fist bumping each other. We're friends. We're all friends. It's all good. You can use them together. Yeah. All right. So we wrote a simple little Markdown editor with Blazor in 5 minutes. Super easy. It's great. All right. Let's go back here. That's how easy it is to get started with Blazor. But how is that working? How does that happen? Well, the way Blazor works is in one of two different ways. The first way we call Blazor Server, and that's the type of app that we just saw. In a Blazor Server app, we set up a real-time connection between the browser and the server. Your .NET code actually is executing on the server, using .NET Core. But Blazor will pump the UI events from the browser over that real-time connection over to the server. Your components handle those UI events, they render. And then Blazor figures out the parts of the UI that have actually changed. It calculates a diff and then serializes that diff back down to the browser and applies it to the live DOM. So that's how Blazor Server apps work. And Blazor Server actually shipped with .NET Core 3.0 and then again with .NET Core 3.1 LTS. So it's part of the most recent LTS release. The second way that Blazor apps can work, we call Blazor WebAssembly. In a Blazor WebAssembly app, your .NET code runs directly in the browser, client side, using a WebAssembly-based .NET runtime. When UI events happen, they get handed off to your components right there in the browser. Your components run, they render. Blazor again calculates that UI diff and applies it to the live DOM in the browser. And we were thrilled to announce at the recent Microsoft Build conference that Blazor WebAssembly is now shipped. It's now available. And this is really exciting for us because it means you now have that full stack web development with .NET experience. You have ASP.NET on the core on the server and Blazor on the client. You have .NET on both sides of the wire. You're running .NET code natively in the browser, just using open web standards. No proprietary plugin, no code transpilation, just normal .NET assemblies in the browser. You can use Blazor WebAssembly to build PWAs. They can support offline. And it's included in the most recent update to the .NET Core SDK, .NET Core 3.1. It's also in the box with Visual Studio and Visual Studio for Mac. And this initial release of Blazor WebAssembly came loaded with features. It supports .NET Standard. You can host your Blazor WebAssembly apps with ASP.NET Core or deploy them as standalone sites, like as a static site. We've got authentication in the box with OpenID Connect. You can build PWAs. You can debug your Blazor WebAssembly apps, both with the browser dev tools and with VS. We run a .NET IL linker on your Blazor WebAssembly apps when you publish them to shrink down their size as much as possible. We also pre-compress the published output to make it even smaller. And then it also supports configuration, globalization, localization, using the same abstractions that are available with ASP.NET Core. But easier just to show it. So let's go take a quick look at Blazor WebAssembly. All right, so first of all, remember, this was a Blazor server app. So let's see how this was working under the covers. I'm just going to drop down to the browser dev tools and open up the network tab and refresh. And you can see, there's not much that gets downloaded with a Blazor server application. It's only, it's about 150 kilobytes for this entire app. And mostly it's just downloading the HTML for the page, some CSS. Here we're using Bootstrap. There's the Blazor server JavaScript file that handles setting up that connection with the server. And down here at the bottom is the actual connection. This is the WebSocket connection back to our server where all the UI is being managed. So if I just to see that happening, if I go back to the counter tab and then clear the messages and then click, click, click. You see, every time I click on the UI, the event's being sent to the server, and then the Blazor cleverly figures out only the part that needs to be updated, like just this number, and these messages are tiny. They're like a couple hundred bytes. Okay, so that's how Blazor server works. Let's go ahead and close this, and let's now take a look at Blazor WebAssembly instead. So I'm going to create a new project. Let's create a Blazor app. That's a good name. All right, so this time instead of Blazor server, let's pick Blazor WebAssembly. And there's a couple other options here we need to look at. We can make this an ASP.NET Core hosted Blazor WebAssembly app, so we get the full stack dev experience. We can also select that we want it to be a progressive web app, so it has that like a more native-like capabilities. It can be installed, it can work offline, you can do push notifications, all that fun stuff. And then up above, we also have all these authentication options. So we can take a quick look at those. We have auth using ASP.NET Core identity, as well as you can use Azure Active Directory. All right, so I'm going to say I want this hosted and I want it to be a PWA. Let's get all the goodies. And here's our first Blazor WebAssembly app. Now there's a little bit more going on in this solution. Let's take a look. So this client project, that's the actual Blazor WebAssembly app. That's the part that's going to run client-side WebAssembly. That's where all of our components live as well. Then we have the server project. That's the host ASP.NET Core project. That's basically acting like a web server for the static files. But it's also a place where we can put, server-side logic like APIs or even MVC views or Razor pages. That can all run on the server. And then we have this shared class library. It's a place where we can put code that's used both by the client and the server. You can share code. It's one of the benefits of using .NET for the whole stack. Okay, let's go ahead and run this app. I'm just going to Control F5 to get it running. And it pops up over here on my other screen. Let me snap it over here, and let's snap it side by side with the application. All right, great. All right, now it looks just like the Blazor server app, right? And it functions the same way. We've got this counter. We didn't see the fetch data page before, but it's just rendering a table of weather forecast data. Here, it's actually retrieving that data from the server. So it looks the same, but it's actually completely different in how it's operating. Let me clear out all the stuff that's been cached, and then I'm going to Control F5 this application, and whoa, yeah, a lot more stuff. Like, and now don't freak out about this. I know it looks like a lot, but this is actually the development time experience. When you publish this app, a lot of the stuff that you're going to see here actually gets trimmed out and slimmed down. Yeah, so it's like 9 megabytes right now, but when you publish this app, it slims down to like 2. It's not nearly this bad, but it's a little bigger because you're pulling down more stuff. So we have some HTML, some CSS, and there's the Blazor WebAssembly bootstrapping JavaScript file, and then DLLs in the browser, right? This is all the .NET code to run this app. And way down here at the bottom, there's .NET.wasm. That's the WebAssembly runtime that's making all the code run. And to show you that that's really is happening, let's do some quick debugging. To debug a Blazor WebAssembly app in the browser, there's a little debugging hotkey, Shift-Alt-D, that you can use. And that'll do a little trick where it will set up the browser dev tools to talk to the tab that you want to debug through a .NET debugging proxy. It's just using the browser debugging protocol. But in order to make that happen, we actually need to start the browser with remote debugging enabled, which I hadn't done previously. So I'm going to go ahead and restart the browser using the command that it just gave me. There we go. Okay, now I hit Shift-Alt-D again, and that should work this time. So now we got the browser dev tools out. Good. Okay, let's put that side by side with the tab we want to debug. And here in the browser, we're seeing our C# code, right? Like here's our program CS file for the app. Here's our counter component. All right, and then it looks just like the one from Blazor server. And if we go over here, we can click on the counter a few times, and let's set a breakpoint right in that increment count method that we saw before, and boom. Just hit a breakpoint and C# code running client side in the browser. We can even look here in the browser dev tools and look at the state of our component, like the .NET state. And you can see right there, you can see the value of the current count field as part of the debugging experience. Cool. So yeah, this really is running client side. Let's go ahead and let that continue through. We can also debug from Visual Studio as well. Let me close that. Yep. So we don't have to debug from the browser. If we want to just F5 from VS, that also works. When you do that, and that's popping up the browser over on my other screen. Let me bring it back. When you do that, Visual Studio will launch the browser with remote debugging enabled for you. And VS acts as the like the dev tools, and it talks to the browser through our debugging proxy. Again, say the browser debugging protocol, just with some .NET specific stuff added. All right, so now if we open up our counter component here and then set a breakpoint in Visual Studio, we should be able to go and boop, there we hit our breakpoint in VS, and we can still hover and see state and all the locals and all that stuff. So very cool. So this is really running client side in the browser, and you can debug from VS and from the browser dev tools. All right, you'll also notice that Edge is recognizing that this app is a PWA, a progressive web app. It's installable. If I click this little install button in the address bar, it'll say, do you want to install this? And say, yeah, sure. And now it pops up with like a native shell, and it looks like a native application. Let me make this a little smaller. And we've got the same functionality, but now it looks kind of like a native app. So this is a progressive web app. Why is it doing this? How is that possible? Well, if we look at what Visual Studio created for us in the template, we can see that this app has a web manifest, and it's got a service worker, both a service worker for development time, and then one that actually has all the logic in it for handling offline support. So we're all set up to make our app a PWA. Edge recognizes that and then makes it installable. If we go to our start menu, we can even see there's the app right there. We can launch it from our start menu. Okay, so PWA and debugging support. Now this is just like the most basic Blazor app that we've been looking at, but Blazor can do more than just counter. Let me open up a more realistic application. This is a car checker app. This is an app that might be used by a attendant at a like rental car company for like receiving the cars that are being returned. Like they have to note the mileage and how much gas and all that stuff. It's a Blazor WebAssembly app, and you'll notice it has the same structure that we saw previously. Let's go ahead and get it running, but it's showing off a bunch of more features of Blazor. Let me pull it back over here. All right, so first of all, you can see it's got authentication enabled. Let me make sure we're all good here. You have to log in. So we're logging in. It's using ASP.NET Core Identity for its identity system. I've already set up a user. Yep, okay, so now that I'm logged in, we've got a little search box here that we can search for whatever car just got returned. We got like this auto-completing text box. This is all implemented with C#. No JavaScript was needed to implement this logic. Let's pick one of the cars. I think that's a good one. And then we've got this nice responsive design, like it works on big screens, it works on, on mobile size screens. So that looks good. At the top, let me give myself a little space. We've got this cool 3D rendering of the car. This is actually done with JavaScript. This is done with 3D.js. The cool thing about this is that with Blazor, if you have existing JavaScript libraries like 3D.js or whatever, you can still use them through JavaScript interop. So you can reuse existing functionality if you want to. That's a capability that Blazor has. So that's how this 3D rendering is being done. We've got some forms here for entering the mileage. Like we can change it to something different. And if we put something ridiculous in, we get forms and validation. Blazor has built-in support for forms and validation. All right, so back to something normal. Let's say the tank was returned 75% full. We can select parts of this car and add little notes about it. Like it looks like the car had an issue with its back wheel. Let's add a new note. Let's add a note for this front wheel. Okay, so let's see, front wheel, it was completely missing. I don't know how the customer drove this back to the parking lot, but somehow they did. We can upload an image. So we got file upload support, like input file support. And let's save. And let's see if we can save that. Yeah, okay. So that's quite a bit. So we saw what, forms and validation, JavaScript interop, authentication. One last thing is, imagine that your car rental company is international. Like you need to, people speak more than English. So let's add in Edge. Let's go to our language settings. Let's say that today we're going to speak English and Spanish. Let's add some Espanol, some Spanish here. Let's make that my preferred language. Move that to the top. All right, now if we bring back that tab, yeah. Now if we refresh the browser, all of my resource strings have now been localized into Spanish. So this is a fully localized app as well. And this is done using the same localization support that you would always use in .NET, like regex files. Here's the actual set of Spanish localized strings for this app in a regex file. If we go look at one of the pages, like let's look at that vehicle editor page. Here's that page. You can see it's using iString localizer of T. It's the same abstraction you'd use from ASP.NET Core. So it's got full localization support. Let me switch this back to English before I forget. I don't speak Spanish that well, so I'm gonna get in trouble if I leave it as Spanish. Authentication, JavaScript interop. Yeah, this is Blazor WebAssembly. Oh, this is a PWA as well, and it has actually full offline support. So that's kind of cool. All right. That's a little Blazor WebAssembly for you. Now, you might be wondering, how do I pick between these two hosting models? How do I pick between Blazor Server, Blazor WebAssembly? They both have their different strengths. With Blazor Server, it's really convenient that your code is already running on the server. So if you need to access server capabilities, you can do that really easily because you're right there. You can talk to the database, access server-side stuff without having to create separate APIs or things like that. Blazor server apps are really thin. Like you're just downloading basically that little bit of JavaScript to set up the real-time connection. So they're fast to start up and load. The code, your .NET code never leaves the server. So if you have like some, I don't know, proprietary stuff or just some dependencies that you just don't want to be distributing down to the browser publicly, you don't have to with Blazor Server because all that code will just stay on the server. Blazor Server also supports older browsers, any browser that supports a WebSocket, and also thin clients. Like you're basically offloading the work of running the UI in Blazor Server to the server instead of having the client device have to handle that. Downsides of Blazor Server, it does require that persistent connection for the UI to work. If the connection goes down, then the UI doesn't function. Also, it has higher UI latency because every UI event has to go over that connection. So you're going to want to make sure your Blazor servers are as close to your users as possible. There's nothing we can do about the speed of light. The benefits of Blazor WebAssembly is that it's running fully client-side. You can fully leverage the client device and its capabilities. It doesn't require actually any server component at all. You can deploy your Blazor WebAssembly app as a static site, and it can even support offline execution. Downsides of Blazor WebAssembly is that the download size is larger, so a little bit slower to load. And also the performance of the Blazor WebAssembly runtime is not going to win any speed competitions. It's an IL interpreter. There's no JIT. So if you need to do some like really CPU intensive stuff, you might be better off offloading that back to the server, like through an API call or potentially even using Blazor Server. The good news is that regardless of which hosting model you choose, the component model is the same. You can write your component once and you can use it from a Blazor Server app or a Blazor WebAssembly app. And you can even flip your app between the two hosting models if you'd like, as long as you make your components hosting model agnostic. And of course, if you're going to be writing Blazor apps, you're going to need lots of great UI components. There are awesome Blazor web UI component libraries from the various component vendors, like Telerik's web UI library for Blazor is great. But there's also a really thriving open source ecosystem of component libraries, JavaScript interop libraries, unit test frameworks that you should definitely check out. A great resource is the Awesome Blazor site at aka.ms/awesomeblazor. It has a really comprehensive listing of all the Blazor related open source stuff. Now, everything I've shown you so far is shipped and supported and you can use in production today. But we also want to talk about .NET 5 and what's happening in the .NET 5, .NET 6 wave and what that is all about. Well, .NET 5 is the next version of .NET Core and the future of the .NET platform. The future of .NET is really one .NET, a single stack that supports best-of-breed solutions for all modern workloads. The goal of .NET 5 is to have, and .NET 6 is to have one SDK, one base class library, and a unified toolchain for building native and web UI, as well as cloud-native workloads. And of course, .NET 5 includes ongoing improvements in speed, in size, and in diagnostics. .NET 5 shipped its final release candidate earlier this month, and it's loaded with great stuff. It has support for single file apps, like generating a single file native executable for your app. It has much smaller container images if you're running in containers, lots of web and cloud investments, including improvements to Blazor, ARM64 support. It's the fastest .NET we've ever shipped, lots of perf improvements, C#9, F#5. You can get it by going to .NET/get.NET5. And of course, as was mentioned previously, you should definitely join us on November 10th for .NET Conf for the .NET 5 official launch. It should be a lot of fun. Now, what does .NET 5 mean, though, for Blazor? Well, .NET 5 includes all sorts of Blazor improvements. It includes both Blazor Server and Blazor WebAssembly support. We've done a lot of work to improve the performance of Blazor WebAssembly in .NET 5. Component rendering, JSON parsing, just CPU intensive stuff is like 2 to 3 times faster in .NET 5, which is great. We've added support for component virtualization, so you can efficiently render those long lists of data or giant grids in the browser. We have added support for Blazor WebAssembly pre-rendering, so you can pre-render your Blazor WebAssembly app from the server to give a much faster perceived load time. We added support for lazy loading, so you can lazy load dependencies in your Blazor WebAssembly app, CSS isolation, JavaScript isolation, and just in general, we've done a bunch of work to deliver on the promise that you can write your app in C# and not have to do any JavaScript. We added a bunch of features that in the past you might have had to write some JavaScript for. All right, so let's take a look at the new stuff in Blazor and .NET 5. I think we can close this guy and let's open up a different project. This is a series of .NET, oh, wow, got a lot of tabs open. .NET 5 samples that I put together. I just want to look at the solution structure for this project is kind of interesting. So it's got that client project like before. That's a Blazor WebAssembly project. It's also got a server project. That is an ASP.NET Core app that is hosting the Blazor WebAssembly app. It's also set up, though, as a Blazor server app. And both the client and server applications are using a set of shared components that are in this shared class library. And the reason why it's set up that way is so that I can, at runtime, flip the app between Blazor WebAssembly and Blazor server. That's because some features are specific to one hosting model, and I wanted to have that flexibility. All right, so here's the app that's now running. Let's get this side by side with the browser and take a look at what's new in .NET 5. So first thing is let's look at the project files for these applications. So on the server project, it's targeting now .NET 5, and that's not too surprising. You would expect that for a .NET 5 release for the server. But what's really interesting is that if we look at the client project, it's also targeting .NET 5, whereas previously it was targeting .NET Standard. So both Blazor WebAssembly and Blazor Server are targeting .NET 5, and this means you have access to the full .NET 5 API surface area now from your Blazor WebAssembly app. In fact, in Blazor WebAssembly, we're now using the .NET 5 core framework libraries for the implementation of those APIs. And that's where a lot of the performance improvements in .NET 5 actually come from, because those libraries are nicely optimized. So that's great. Now, of course, APIs in the .NET 5 surface area that won't work within the browser security sandbox, those still won't work. Like, you still can't use those because there's just certain things that browsers won't let you do. But in .NET 5, there's some nice tooling that will help you know when you've tried to use an API that isn't going to work. So for example, if I go to Program CS in my Blazor WebAssembly app, and let's try and let's do a console read line. Like, that's something that browsers can't. There's no read line capability from the browser dev console, right? So if I add that here, you can see that let's see if I can get this fully on the screen. I get this nice warning saying, "Hello, read lines not supported by browsers." So we've gone through and annotated all of the .NET 5 APIs to indicate which ones are and are not supported in the browser, so you can get this nice tooling experience. So that's nice. Okay. All right, let's look at the running application now. The first thing I want to look at in the running app, here's that little toggle that I mentioned. Like right now, it's running as a Blazor server app. Let me refresh the app so you can. Oh, sorry, I want to do that on the network tab. Like this. We'll refresh the app, and you can see, yep, there's Blazor server. So currently it's Blazor server. If I toggle the toggle switch, it refreshes, and now it's running as Blazor WebAssembly. Okay, so we have the ability to go back and forth. But even with it on Blazor WebAssembly, if I hit refresh a bunch, refresh, like there's no like loading ... There's no like delay while the app is downloading the runtime and getting it started. Like, why not? Why is that not happening? Well, that's because this app is fully pre-rendered. The Blazor WebAssembly part of this app is first being rendered from the server, so that we get the initial render of the components in the HTML that gets returned from the server. And we can see that in the source. If we scroll down through all this stuff, we can see there's the rendered source of the components and was provided directly from the server. Like, this is what was delivered from the server. And then it gets wired up for interactivity. So this is great for perceived load time and also for like SEO, like search engine optimization. Okay, so that's pre-rendering. To see how that's wired up, we can go into the server project. Let's look at the host page, this underscore host.cshtml. This is just a normal Razor page. And it's being used to pre-render our Blazor application using this component tag helper. So if we're doing WebAssembly, if we're doing WASM, then we use the component tag helper to render the root component using the render mode WebAssembly pre-rendered. That's the new one in .NET 5. If we're doing Blazor Server, then we use Blazor Server pre-rendered. That's been there since we shipped Blazor Server. So this is kind of cool because this means I can use this component tag helper to add components to my existing MVC views and Razor pages and add interactivity where I need it. Blazor and MVC and Razor pages are really all meant to be used together. And I think pre-rendering is a great example of one use case for that. All right, so that's pre-rendering. Next thing let's take a look at is virtualization. I think I need to go full screen on this one. All right, so here we have these 3 tables. Actually, I'm going to switch back to a Blazor server. And each of these tables has 10,000 rows of weather forecast data. This is the future where we can now predict the weather until 2048, 28 years in the future. But notice that it loads nice and fast, like you can refresh and just almost instantaneously rendering all these table rows. And we got 3 tables with 10,000 rows apiece. And that's because these tables are all using virtualization. They're only rendering the rows that are currently visible. This is out of the box support with Blazor now. These 3 tables are using 3 slightly different techniques. The first one is loading all the data at once and then rendering it. The second one, as I scroll down, it's actually loading the data on the fly. Like as the rows become visible, they get loaded. And that's both when I scroll down and when I scroll back up. You can't really see it because it happens so fast. So I'm gonna slow things down just a little bit. I'm gonna go into my server and take this weather forecast service, and I'm gonna add a little delay in here. Actually, looks like the delay should already be there. How come I'm not seeing it? Let me refresh. All right, scrolling fast enough. Maybe I didn't need a rebuild. Maybe I need a rebuild. Let's well, the delay's there. Let's see, refresh this. Let's go to the virtualization thing. Let's see, do we see the loading ... No, for some reason it's going really fast. Well, I guess you have to take my word for it. That is loading the data on the fly. I'll show you the code. The third one is actually loading the data on the fly and then caching it so that if you were to scroll back up, you don't see the loading anymore. I'm not sure why we're not seeing it. I feel like I need a rebuild. Okay, that makes me more convinced that it's actually working. And I'm gonna force a reload. All right, how about now? No, not sure why.
Dan, on your task delay, I think you need an await before that, and it should
Oh
work.
my goodness. All right. Yeah, try that. Okay. Refresh. Yeah. Okay. So you see the loading ... Thank you, Ed. Live tech support. All right. So as I scroll down, it loads, and also as I scroll up, it also is loading the data back. So it's not caching anything. Whereas in this last one, I scroll down, it's loading, and if I scroll back up, then I don't see that loading ... anymore because it's actually caching the data. Whew. All right. Let me show you the code for that. Let's go into the components and look at the virtualization example. Let's make this a little bigger so we can see it. And so here's the magic, this virtualized component. So we have this little weather forecast table component that's rendering the content of whatever gets rendered inside of it as the rows of the weather forecast table. And instead of a for each loop, like you might normally have, we're instead using virtualize. And in this case, it's got all the forecast data preloaded. And then it uses this little template to stamp out each of the rows. In the second table, we were using this items provider. That's like a method that's going to load the data as it's needed. And so because that data could be loaded asynchronously, you also can render a placeholder for the data while it's being loaded. And that's where we're getting that loading ... And then the third example, we're using just a slightly different method. I'll show you these two methods down below. So here's the first load forecast item provider. So we're getting this items provider request, which tells us, well, the virtualized component is telling us which rows of data we need to load. And it's just making a request using this forecast service to get the data. That's where we added that delay. And then in the loading cache version, it has a cached version of all the forecast data. But if it doesn't find it in the cache, then it requests the data and then stores it into the cache. So that's built-in support for virtualization. All right, I got 5 minutes. I got to move real quick. So CSS isolation, we have support for now isolating your CSS per component. For example, this left nav actually has its own CSS style. So if we go look in the solution, and let's look for nav menu.razor. There it is. And you can see down at the bottom, it's got its own CSS file, razor.css. And Blazor will process this CSS file so that it only applies to that one component, to nav menu.razor. So that's how you can define your own CSS styles per component, and they'll automatically also get picked up as part of the CSS bundle that Blazor produces for your application. So that's really nice too. If you have a bunch of components with their own CSS, you no longer need to add manual links to each of the individual CSS files from those component libraries. So that's super convenient. JavaScript isolation. So here we're like firing up a native browser prompt. And this is using a JavaScript module in order to call into JavaScript. So if we look down here, here's the actual JavaScript file. It's exporting a single function. It's a normal JavaScript module. And then we have this JavaScript interop class that's importing that module using a stable path. So again, we don't need to worry about like manually adding JavaScript script tags to our application when we pull in JavaScript interop libraries. We can just write code that imports those libraries for the consumer of our libraries. And then that will capture the module as a JavaScript object reference. So there we're seeing the JavaScript object reference support, which you can then just invoke methods on. So here we're invoking that show prompt method on that module. So that's how that's working. I know I'm almost out of time. So like there's a whole bunch of other stuff, like you can set the UI focus now. We've got lazy loading support, lots of great things. So I'm gonna hop up here real quick. I gotta wrap up. I don't want to bleed into the next person's time. Just to finish up, I wanted to give a call out to some of the work we're doing to support native applications. We've seen Blazor Server, Blazor WebAssembly for building web apps. We saw how you could take your web app and give it a more native app-like feel by turning it into a PWA. But we've also been working on using Blazor to support building fully native applications that either have a hybrid web UI or have fully native UI. And the way we're doing that is through this experimental project called the Mobile Blazor Bindings. This is a really cool project. It's based on the Xamarin set of technologies, but what it enables you to do is use your Blazor skills to write native desktop and mobile apps that either have native UI or hybrid UI. Like it has a Blazor web view where you can render like your same components that you're using in your web app. You could reuse them from your native and desktop and mobile applications. The .NET code runs natively on the device, so it's fast. You can use all the device's native capabilities using the same API abstractions that you get from Xamarin. You should definitely check it out at aka.ms/mobile Blazor bindings. And I'm not going to have time to show it to you, unfortunately, but you should definitely go check out that link and give it a try yourself. You can build your first mobile Blazor binding app in like 5 minutes. So just in summary, you can now build full stack web apps with Blazor using .NET and C#. Blazor Server and Blazor WebAssembly are now released and ready for production use. There's loads of new Blazor functionality coming in .NET 5. You can build PWAs with Blazor. And in the future, we're working on enabling you to build native apps also, native and hybrid apps. And we're trying that out with the experimental mobile Blazor bindings. Here's a list of the resources that I've linked to today in this talk that you should definitely go and take a look at. And please go and get started with Blazor today. I think you'll really enjoy it. And if I have a minute for one question, I'm happy to take questions at this point. Thanks for watching.
Oh, thanks so much, Dan. Excellent presentation. I think a lot of us here are very excited about what .NET 5 is bringing to the table, and a lot of us have followed Blazor for quite some time. It's nice to see all the improvements that are coming. We did have a couple questions that came through. I think some of them you might have answered as they came in, but some folks were asking about performance and how does it stack up versus Angular and React. What's your take on that?
So when you're running client-side in the browser, like on Blazor WebAssembly, it's not going to win any performance competitions. And that's because we're running on an IL interpreter-based runtime. There's no JIT capabilities yet in the WebAssembly environment. So it's much faster in .NET 5. Like it's 2-3 times faster than it is in the 3.2 release that we released in May. But it's still, compared to the corresponding JavaScript code for like CPU intensive stuff, it's going to be slower. You get the productivity benefits of working with C#, but you're not really getting the full benefit of WebAssembly performance yet. To get that, we really need ahead of time compilation support for WebAssembly, and that's something we are planning to deliver for .NET 6.
So even more exciting stuff coming. It's nice to see the roadmap building up for .NET 6 now.
Yeah, thank you for all the people that are giving feedback on that.
Yeah, I didn't see it in chat today, but I've seen it before. A lot of folks ask, like, what's Microsoft's commitment to Blazor? Because, we had Silverlight, and that went south on us after a couple years. And so it's nice to see the roadmap, for .NET 6 coming along with Blazor in mind.
We are fully committed. Blazor Server is already in an LTS release, and we are working on expanding the set of scenarios that Blazor will be applicable to. So I think the future is bright.
And we had a question come in about database integration earlier as well. So people were asking, how do you integrate Blazor into a database?
Well, if you're running on the server with Blazor Server, you can just use EF Core and talk directly to the database. And there are patterns for doing that. We actually just published some docs on how to correctly use Blazor Server with EF Core. You should definitely check those out if you're doing that. If you're on the client in Blazor WebAssembly, well, you just make API calls like you normally would. And then on the server in your web APIs, that's where you would do your data access. You have access to storage in the browser as well. Like if you want to interact with local storage or session storage, you can do that too. We actually added some support for that for Blazor Server in .NET 5 as well. But that's how you would deal with data is just talk to the database directly if you're on the server, or go through an API if you're on the client.
Yeah, we're actually going to show some of that today as well, folks. So stick around. We've got sessions coming up all day. We're going to build a live application with pair programming. So Chris Sainty will be joining me first, and we'll kick off the project with him. We're actually, Dan, I don't know if you caught the message on this, but we're going to use .NET 5 RC2.
Yeah, that's
so
the
we're
right
going to
one to
run.
use. It's basically done.
We're going bleeding edge today. We're going to go with the latest bits. It's the sorry, what's the correct terminology there? It's the shipping release.
It's the latest release candidate. It's the final release candidate before the actual
go live
launch. It is go live as well.
That's
so
what
if
I
you
meant.
want to put it in production, you can put it in production. Absolutely. The release candidates are go live releases.
Yeah, so go live release that just came out. We're going to be using that today. Dan, thanks again so much for coming to DevReach and giving this wonderful keynote. We've had quite a bit of chatter in the chat room. They've all enjoyed it as well. So thank you so much.
Cool. Thank you for having me. It's been a pleasure being here.
Thanks. There we go. All right, folks, welcome back to DevReach. We just had an amazing keynote session from Daniel Roth, and now we're getting ready to do some pair programming. We're going to be building an app in Blazor all day here with the newest .NET 5 go live release candidate. So I want to bring up now Chris Sainty, our first speaker and developer here. Chris Sainty, welcome to DevReach.
Hi, Ed. Thanks for having me. It's always a pleasure.
So first of all, I want to just kick things off with a quick bit of housekeeping. We just gift subbed 100 subs in the channel while you were joining here, Chris.
That's pretty awesome. Well done. That's so cool.
So, Chris, we are going to build an app here live today. We're going to use some GitHub to push that code up and share it with everybody so they can follow along. But before we begin, why don't you tell us a little bit about yourself and what you're up to?
Yeah, so my name's Chris. I'm a principal software engineer at a startup in London called Deployed. We're a female-led startup as well, which is a really nice thing to have in the tech world nowadays. So I'm really proud of that. And I work with some amazing women, which is fantastic. I'm pretty into Blazor, I think is probably fair to say. I've done one or two things. So I've got various open source packages under the organization Blazor. So you might have heard of those. I've been writing on my blog for about, however long Blazor's been out now, since probably just after the first preview came out in, I think, 2017, was it? I think something like that, 2017, 2018. And then I'm currently writing a book for Manning called Blazor in Action as well. So, got a few things going on. Keeps me busy. And a 6-week-old son. That's... So, yeah.
And
good times.
I think, am I right? You're a Microsoft MVP as well?
And a Microsoft, yeah, good one. Yeah, that's, up there.
There we go. Excellent. Yeah. And regarding the book, we actually have some books to give away during the event and some discounts as well. So you'll see, I think if you signed up for the prizes, you'll see some of that in our prizes. And then in chat, we'll be sharing some links to the Manning book with the discount code. So Stay tuned to chat and make sure you sign up for those prizes with the event. Chris, let's kick some stuff off. Can you share your screen that you'll be using to code today?
Yeah, I think it should be shared now.
We've got it there.
We go. Cool.
All
Ready
right.
to go?
Absolutely. So we talked a little tiny bit beforehand about what we're going to do today, but a lot of this is just going to be live, coding at its finest. So it should be pretty entertaining.
Yeah.
I'm here to help in any capacity that you need, but this is your session to do whatever you see fit. I think the only thing that we had set up ahead of time is the fact that we were going to use a full stack Blazor WebAssembly application. So the following sessions we can do kind of server-side stuff if we want to add like some web APIs and things like that.
Yeah.
Want to kick us off with a brand new project? Feel free.
Cool. So here we go, creating a new project. So as we mentioned, we are going to be using the latest .NET 5 release candidate, which is release candidate 2. So it should be all good. And this is the latest Visual Studio preview as well. So let's start off by where we're going to put this. So I've already cloned the repo here in this DevReach one. So I'm going to pop it into here. Have we got a name for this, Ed? Have we got anything we want to call this app specifically?
Let's call it, let's just call it DevReach. I think that's simple enough.
That sounds good to me. Yeah, cool. So we'll go with that and we'll hit create here. Lovely stuff. So you can see here, no cheating. We're using .NET 5. That's what we've got selected at the top here. So I'm going to go for a Blazor WebAssembly app. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to select this ASP.NET Core hosted. That's going to give us that backend, that ASP.NET Core Web API backend for our app. Now, we also want some auth on this, don't we? We want to be able to log into this app.
Absolutely.
Cool. So we're going to hit change at the top here, and we're going to go for individual user accounts and go with these store user accounts in app. Now, what that's going to do is that's going to give us auth, and it's going to use the ASP.NET Core identity system to do that. So we're going to do that, and then I'm just going to hit create. And then Visual Studio is going to go off and scaffold out our project for us. And hopefully in a second, we should see our nice shiny new app that we'll be working on.
While that spins up, I want to remind folks too, we are using the release candidate. So if you're using the release candidate, you need to be in Visual Studio Preview for everything to work properly.
You do, yes, definitely. Cool. So here we are. We've got our project. So I'll shrink all these down. So anybody who's done any work with Blazor is probably very familiar with all this, but we'll just go through it. So firstly, we've got the client project. That's our Blazor WebAssembly app. Next, we've got the server project. That's our web API. And then finally, we've got this shared project, which is a class library. And I've got to get out of the habit of saying .NET Standard class library, because .NET Standard doesn't really factor in .NET 5 anymore. Everything's just .NET 5. So So yeah, so this is just a class library that we have going on here. So you can see we're targeting .NET 5 instead. Let me just zoom this in a bit. Cool.
Yeah, we might need to bring that up just a little bit more. The streaming platform we use here requires a pretty big font for folks to be able to see.
Yeah. How's that looking?
I'd say bring it up just a little bit more, and we should be pretty good. I think that's probably good there.
Looking good?
Yeah, we'll let chat tell us if it needs to be larger, but I can see it pretty good on my preview here.
Excellent stuff. Cool. Okay. So what I thought we'll do before we do anything else, we'll just go through what the template's given us by default, because we could set all this stuff up manually, but why do we want to do that? We can just click a few buttons, but it's always good to know what's going on under the hood and how things connect together. So what I'll do is I'll start off in the Blazor application. So first of all, when you're using authentication, you get this authentication component in the template, which you don't normally get if you don't use authentication, which makes a lot of sense. It's a pretty nifty component. It's a bit like a Swiss Army knife. It does lots and lots of things. So when we're logging in, for example, or logging out, we get sent to this page with the action as part of the URI. And what this component does is strip the action out and then perform that particular action. So logging out, it might delete JSON web tokens, clear local storage, clear our session, all this kind of stuff. Logging in does the reverse, that kind of thing. So that's what this component is doing overall. It's kind of managing all of that process. It also handles things like redirects back to the server and all of this kind of stuff. So that's what's going on in this one. And then in our shared folder, we've got a couple of extra components that we don't normally have. So firstly, we have a redirect to login. So this one is used inside the router component, which is in the app component. And what we have here is when we've got an authentication enabled application, when we're not authenticated, we check to see if the user's not authenticated. And if they're not, we can use this redirect to login component. And all that does is pretty much what it says on the tin. It redirects you to login, and it does that via that authentication component I just showed you. So the action is to log in, and then it's got a return URL as well, so we can get back to where we were. So that's what's going on with those bits. While we're in the root as well, it's probably worth pointing out a couple of additions here as well. So firstly, we're not using the root view component, which is what you get with the standard setup. We're now using the authorized root view component. And that's because it's got some additional infrastructure it uses to understand whether you're an authenticated user or not. And the other thing we have is this cascading authentication state component. And what that's going to do is it's going to provide the authentication state to all of the components within our app that want to have access to it. And it's going to do that by cascading that value down through the router and therefore through all of the child components.
Yeah, one thing that's interesting about the Blazor component model here is you share things. You'll see us do this today where we share data between components using parameters, but there's something called a cascading parameter that kind of reports a state throughout any child elements that are contained within that component. So that's what that cascading authorization state does, is when you log into the application, this is essentially the outermost component of the application. So it's wrapping any other components within it, and it lets them know what the state of the authentication for the app is. It's pretty cool.
Yeah, exactly. And what's really nice about that is because it goes through Blazor's regular parameter system, when it updates, child components just update, which means like when we log in or log out, which we'll look at in a second, the UI just updates. And that's a really cool benefit of using a cascading value to do this stuff. Things can just happen then rather than having to have so much manual intervention or calling state has changed in loads of places and stuff like that. Cool. So those are the bits in the app. So what might be cool now is we'll actually run this. And then we'll go back and we'll look at the server side in a second. So let me just drag that window over. Cool. So here we have our app. So first of all, again, there's some slight differences here. We now have this register and login link at the top of our app. So we're going to register because we haven't done that. Now, the first thing to note here is we're actually no longer in our Blazor app. So when you use the ASP.NET Core identity system for doing your authentication, what happens is when you go to log in, when you go to register, you actually leave your Blazor app and you're redirected to the server, and you end up on a Razor page. So we're actually on a Razor page at the moment, not inside of our Blazor app. So you can see at the address here, we're actually at this identity/account/register is where we're at. Now, what I'll just mention here, because I know a lot of people have asked, like, why isn't this built into Blazor? Why aren't these Blazor pages routable components and what have you? I think there's a couple of reasons for that. Firstly, this infrastructure is already there, so there's less work to be done because we can just plug into what's already there in the Razor pages system. But another thing from a security point of view is I've seen, and this is at least my understanding, and I don't know if you know I've heard any different, Ed, but one of the things about logging in and registering, security-wise, it seems to be preferred to do that on server-rendered pages rather than client-rendered pages, just because it can add a bit more security. I'm no deep security expert, so I'm not sure of exactly all the technical details of that, but that is one of the reasons I've read for why having server-rendered pages for registration and logging in can be more preferable to SPA pages, but I don't know.
I think there's a little bit less of an opportunity for something malicious to get in there and insert other HTML into the page and whatnot. It's kind of hard with cores these days to have that happen, but it is a possibility.
Yeah, definitely. I suppose anything that reduces the attack surfaces at the end of the day is a good thing. But cool, right? So let's get registered here. So I can register. I'll go Chris. I'll make this up. This is testing.com, and I'm going to go with a really super secure password. Definitely not password 1. If I hit register, then cool. So the first thing that's going to happen here is I'm going to get told that I need to run some migration. So we scaffolded out the app, but we haven't actually sort of created a database to handle any of this. So this is actually going to create a local SQL database for us, and it's going to update it with all the tables that the ASP.NET identity system needs in order to record all this information. So I just need to hit this apply migrations, and it tells me to refresh the page, and I can do that.
And just as a little side note for folks, if you're going to pick this code up and use it later, we are going to be sharing this on a GitHub repo, which you can find in chat, and we'll post it up here when we start working as well. But you will actually need to run that step as well, because that database migration is taking place on Chris's instance of the app, and that's not something that's persisted up on GitHub.
Yeah, no, that's a really good point, Ed. Really good point. So what would normally happen if this was like a public app that was out there on the wild? What would happen is we'd send a confirmation email to make sure we hadn't put a fake email address like chris@testing.com in, and verify that it was real. But because this is running locally, I can actually just click this confirm your account link, and that will confirm my account for me. So now that's all done, I can log in now. I've got this login here. What I'm going to do instead is I'm just going to jump back over to the Blazor app instead. So we're back over to the Blazor app now. So if I hit login over here, you can see again, I just want to show that again. We get that redirect back to those server hosted pages. So to log in, we're back on the Razor pages here. So I can go Chris at testing.com, after 1 exclamation mark, hit login. And voila, I'm now back at my Blazor application, and I'm logged in. Okay, so we can see that up here, things have updated. It's now showing my email address, and it's saying hello. And I've now got a login link, a log out link, sorry, instead of a log in link, which is really, really cool. So what's actually happening under the hood here in order to log me in on the client app is JSON web tokens are being used. So the server's producing a JSON web token after I've logged in with some information about me and my session encoded into it. And then it's being sent back down to the Blazor application where it's being stored in local storage. So if we go into the browser DevTools and we go into session storage, this is actually where all of the token information is being stored. So you can see we've got an access token here. We've got an ID token, some information about the scopes that I'm allowed to access, and these are effectively what I'm authorized to view. So we've got the API in here, and I'll zoom in on this a bit because it's probably a bit small. So we've got the API I'm allowed to access, and this open ID and profile. These are default scopes that are part of the OIDC spec. So that's how the Blazor app actually knows that I'm logged in. It actually knows based on whether these tokens are available in local storage or not. So that's what's going on down there. Now, we can actually look at what's included in some of these. So if I take this access token and go across over here, I can take that. And if I go to a site called jwt.ms, I can actually paste the contents of that in there, and I can actually decode it. And I can see all the various bits of information that's encoded there about me. So there's my scopes. We've got the client ID for the client application, which is devreach.client. We've got the audience claim, which is the server that's issuing, which is the server API project. So there's lots and lots of bits of information in there. So that's all good. So really, essentially now we've got our authorization in place. We can sign up users. We can log into the app, which is all well and good. But Ed, I'm kind of thinking that maybe later on we might want to do something with roles. Maybe you want to have potentially some users have access to certain things and not other things, stuff like that.
Yeah, sounds like a good idea. So we're going to build an app that, we're going to get the band back together, and we need to schedule some band gigs, right? So maybe there's a band lead, or maybe we have the band has a manager. There's different roles that we could make up to go with that. So I'm sure we could be creative and figure something out. Okay. Also, while we're on the topic of authentication, I just wanted to read out a question that was in chat earlier. Somebody was asking, can you do two-factor authentication with this? And I posted a link in chat there to the actual documentation from docs.microsoft.com. It is totally possible, but you do need a third-party tool like Twilio to do that.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, you need something to send out text messages or whatever. So yeah, but it's definitely all possible. Because underlying the hood actually of this implementation is Identity Server, which is full OIDC compliant implementation. So yeah, all of that stuff is all supported, like you said. And there's some great docs on Microsoft Docs explaining all of that. So that's all good. Mm-hmm. Okay, cool. So what we'll do next is we'll just put in the ability to create some roles so that we can have that all in place. And then we'll, once we've got all those bits, we can then maybe look at forms and validation and maybe how we can start looking at creating those from our Blazor app maybe and stuff like that. So to do that, we're gonna go on to the server, okay? So we haven't looked at the server project yet. So in the startup, there's a few things here to enable all the authorization stuff. So for starters, we've got this add identity server and add API authorization going on down here. We've got authentication with identity server, JSON web tokens and all of this. And down here, we've got the middleware as well, use authentication and use authorization set up down below. So that's all the stuff that kind of enables all of the auth. But by default, roles, funnily enough, don't get included into tokens and stuff like that. So we're going to have to do a bit of work to get those in there. So what we're going to do initially is we're going to start off by actually seeding some roles into the system so that we have some roles to assign to people. So if I go into my data folder here, I can go to this file called application DB context. So this is where we're going to do our work. So I'm going to override the on model creating method. Okay. And with that, I can basically do some data seeding here. So I'm just going to get some bits from my notes because there is far too much for me to remember on this bit. So I'm just going to pop in a bit of code here.
During Dan's session, somebody was asking, how do you do database work with Blazor? This is answering that question right now. So all of the identity system is built with Entity Framework, and you can push that into a SQLite or a SQL database.
Yeah, definitely. So what I'm going to do here is I'm going to take this identity role, which is part of the system that we're using. And I'm going to use this has data method, which is just used for doing some data seeding. And basically, I'm going to say, right, create an initial role. And this is just going to be our base role. So it's going to have a name of user. It has this normalized name, which is the same name, but uppercased. And then I've just got to set some new GUIDs here just to fill in some bits of information, the ID and the concurrency stamp. So just popping them in there. So that's all I'm going to do there. And with that in place, what I can do is I can run a migration now, and we can seed our database with that initial bit of information. So I just need to grab a window. Where are you? It's in here, isn't it? Package manager console. There we go. Cool. So I'm going to say add migration. I'm going to say seed roles.
I can never remember where to find any of this stuff either, so I always use that little search box up at the top of Visual Studio.
That's a good one, yeah. Cool. So that's gone through, and what's happened now is it's generated a migration for us that's just created this initial role, and then it has like a down, which is to remove it again if we wanted to back out of it. So now that's done, I can actually call another command called update database, and that's going to apply that to my database, and it's going to put that initial role into my database, which is great. So cool. So that's done now. So that's the data in place that we needed. So what we need to do now is set up some, I'll get rid of that. So we now need to configure doing some roles. So what I can say is I can say add, what is it? Identity. Oh, my memory's gone completely already. 1 second. Let me just grab my note on this. Where are you? I had this before a second ago. Oh, I've completely lost it.
What bits are we looking for?
So we have to add in another call here to say add roles, and I cannot for the life of me remember what it was.
Let's see if I can help find that then.
Yeah. This is the fun and games of live coding. So where's my... Unless I'm going to do Lally. Maybe I'm mistaken. Maybe I'm getting confused on that bit. What we'll do instead, actually, is I'm going to move over to the other thing that we need to do, which is do some scaffolding. So this is always fun. So I'm going to go new scaffolding item because I want to give all new users to the app that base role when they first register. So what I've done is on that area is I've just I'm going to scaffold out this new identity piece. And that's just going to add in a NuGet package. And what this is going to do is allow us to get access to those register Razor pages I mentioned a second ago. Once this goes through, excellent. Cool. So now we've got this. We'll do the login one because that's always good to look at. We'll do the register. And then I'm going to select the DB context therefore and hit add. We're just going to scaffold out those pages so we can get access to the information. Cool. So now that's done. If I go in areas, identity, I can go into pages, I can go into account, and now I get access to this register page and we can actually see what was going on. So we've got some information there, the model, for the email and the sign in and all this kind of stuff for the sign up, and then down here, we've got all of the stuff about creating our users. So we've got this user manager that allows us to create a user and do all of that good stuff. So what we're going to say is whenever we create a new user, so when this result succeeds, what we're going to do is want to add that user to a particular role. So in here, we can actually say user manager dot add to role async. And in there, we can say user. So that's the user we want to add to the role. And then we can just say which particular role we want them to be added to, which is user for our purposes. And of course, that is async. So we do need to await that.
So, Chris, when you're ready to go back to the seating portion, it looks like somebody found on your website the code that you need.
I was sitting here thinking, I know that's in one of my blog posts.
Yeah.
Yeah, cool. We'll go back to that in 1 second then. So, yeah, so basically all we've done there now is said that anybody who signs up to our app is now automatically going to get added to the user role. Okay, so that's all we've done in that register page. Excellent. So I've now got that link up to this blog post now. So what we're going to do is get that bit of code that we were missing before. So here we go. So in here, this is what we were missing before.
Yeah, Katarian Zero said he found that on your webpage.
Yes, yeah, I've actually just opened the blog post up myself, actually. And this is why we blog people, because we can't remember everything. So
I've done this so many times.
Cool.
I've Googled things not knowing the answer and found my own answer.
That's always brilliant when that happens. I always enjoy that, the irony of it. So, yeah, but cool. So we've added that role store in as well now. So we've got all that. So that should give us everything we need now in order to actually create these roles per system and assign them to someone who when someone signs up. So they'll get that base role of user. So that's all good. The only thing we need to do now is actually get those roles included inside of the token. So that doesn't happen by default. We do need to do a bit of work for that. So in order to do that, there's a couple of methods, and both of these methods are actually available through the doc site. I'm going to show you the one that I prefer. So let me just get down to that. Cool. So what we're going to do is we're going to take this. Hold on. I'll take that bit down there. Oh, default. There we go. It's this one.
So this should add a selection to our registration page. Is that where this is going to go?
What this is actually going to do is actually going to include the actual JSON web, the actual roles inside of that JSON web token we were looking at earlier.
Okay.
There we go. Oh, I've included the wrong. Oh dear. So I apologise. Grabbing the wrong bits now. Of live coding. So that's not the bit I wanted. This was the bit I wanted. Next bit down.
What I like about live coding is it shows that even professionals like us struggle from time to time. And then I also have a theory that people are watching. We actually have over 400 viewers right now. But some people watch, races like NASCAR and stuff like that on TV because they like the thrill of the challenge, and then others watch it because they like to watch a crash every now and then.
yeah, I know what you're saying. Yeah, it's that's the good thing about it. I think this is good because it does show that people don't just know this stuff and just churn it out like it was the alphabet. It's not something. I don't remember this stuff. That's why I blog. It's there's too much to remember here.
It's the problem-solving process as well.
Exactly. Yeah, definitely. Cool. So basically, this bit of code is doing the magic. So what this is going to do is it's going to add a couple of claims to our JSON Web Token now. So it's going to add the roles, and it's actually going to also add our name. So before the my email address is what gets sent as my name claim, and that wasn't included in the JSON Web Token before. So what's going to happen after we add this bit of code is my email address will be in there as a claim, and so will the roles that I'm in. And this bit of code is just kind of to deal with the fact that I think this is right in saying that the Microsoft claim naming is slightly different to the standard naming. So this kind of removes that conflict. So with those bits in place, that's everything I think we need to do server side. So we should have a server now that has our roles. It should be recording the roles. It should be assigning a role to a user when they register. And it also should now include the role in the token that's going to be sent back to the Blazor app. Phew. So that's all those bits done. So the last thing we need to do is add a new class over here in our Blazor application. So let me just pop that one in next. Where are you? Cool. So I'm going to plop all this in. So this is basically a load of code that is on the Microsoft Doc site. And what it's going to do is it's going to search through all of those claims, and it's going to deal with splitting them out, because role claims are a bit weird. So when we're in a single role, we get a single claim called role and then the name of the role we're in. But when we're in multiple roles, we get a claim called roles, and then it's an array of strings. So what this code is going to do is going to check for that, and it's going to split those roles out properly into individual claims, and then we can work with them correctly on the client side. So I think if all has gone well, that is all the bits we need to do. So I'm going to let that all go through and then refresh our app over here. Oh,
I thought I saw a compile error when you were back on the Visual Studio screen.
Ah, yes. I had this while I was playing around. So basically that fav icon collides. If I just remove that and do a build again.
Oh my. So I've had so many odd disasters with these little things like a fave icon or a missing GIF file or something like that crash an app. It's so bizarre.
It is really, that seems to have killed it. Right, let's restart it again. There we go, right.
There we go. Looking
Here
good.
we go. So we've gone through now. So if we have a look, at this access token this time round, now I think because of the fact we restarted, that should be a different token. Oh, so it is. So if we actually look down here now, we can see that I've now got a name claim being included. So this wasn't there before. But there's no role claim. Now, that actually isn't a problem, because right now I signed up without a role for my account. So what we'll do is if we log out, I'm going to register again. I'm going to call it chris1testing.com. So, and register. Do the same as I did before. I'm going to confirm that account. Then we'll jump over to the login. So Chris1 and password 1, and we'll log in. Excellent. So that one's gone through. Now let's have a look at the token this time. So we go across, get all of that. B, and we have a role and we have our name. So we can now deal with roles, assign them to users, and we can get them, most importantly, we now can get them in our Blazor app, and now we can do things based on that. So we could show or hide various bits of the UI or restrict access to certain pages and stuff like that. So that's just a piece of boilerplate work that we needed to get done in order to be able to use roles properly. So that's all good. So now that's all out of the way, let's try and actually add some bits into our Blazor app. So Ed, what do you reckon the first thing is that we should put in for this, for our band app?
Well, we're gonna need to collect some data, right? Do we want to add that form page?
Cool. So what do we want to put in, like the band?
So we're gonna want to schedule some gigs. So this is just a fancy to-do app, in my opinion. So we want to have a page where we can say, all right, where are we playing? What times are we playing? Where's the place at that we're playing? And maybe maybe we can expand on it to include like a track list or something like that.
Okay, cool. So let's go with an add gig page, and we can add a gig for a band.
Sounds good.
Let's go with that. Cool. So we'll pop this in here. We'll go like that. Right. Awesome. So we're going to record some data here. So first of all, if we were in a HTML-based app or a JavaScript-based app, we'd use a form tag and stuff here. But Blazor has got some components for us to use out of the box for doing this. So what we're going to do is we're going to add in something called an edit form. Okay. So the edit form component is basically a drop-in replacement for a regular HTML form tag. Now, in order to make the edit form work, we need to give it a model that represents the data that the form's going to collect. So what we're going to do is we'll put this in our shared project because we want to share this with our backend. So I'm going to add a new class here and we'll call it gig. We're adding a gig. We'll make that public. Cool. So in here, we'll probably have, I don't know, the name of the gig, like location, maybe. Location. The date. The date of the gig. What other stuff will we need to record about it?
Let's see. How much are we getting paid?
Oh, good point. Yeah. So what we want to do that is decimal or something, wouldn't we? So
yeah.
Say like, the monies, payment amount, something like that. What else do we want to know?
We could put a checkbox in there, a bool value to say, has it been paid?
Ah, good point. Yeah. So we'll put a bool in and has been paid. That will do. Cool. So it's a few bits of information we're going to collect, and we've got a few different data types as well, which is pretty cool. So we've got that in there. So what we're going to do now is going to create a new field here, which we'll call, so it's going to type a gig, that, which is in the shared. Thank you. Gig, and that's equals new gig, like so. Excellent. Now that's moaning because for some reason it is not picking up that gig. So if we have a look over in our imports, we can have a look. We are in the shared project there. So what we need to do is add DevReach.shared, like so, into that, and hopefully that should pick up. I'm quite surprised that wasn't already in there, actually. But anyway, we've now got our gig available to us. Okay, so we can now reference that properly, which is good. So we're going to do that. And now
Jeff says my fees are usually measured in long data types. I go down to the 10th of a penny. I'm a stickler.
Cool. So I'm going to pass that gig as the into the model parameter for this edit form. So this is basically telling the edit form, this is the model that we're going to work with. So now we've got that, we want to start adding in some controls to record the data. So I think the first one we had in there was the location, wasn't it? So we want an input text for that. So that's what we're going to add next. And we're going to bind this input text using bind value, and we're going to bind it to gig.location, like that. Okay. That's what we're going to do there. So just like that, we've set up some two-way binding on this input text. If we were loading this up to edit, we could have a value for the location property, and that would get loaded into input text, or it updates with what the user takes. So that's the first one. We had input date, okay, and that was going to bind to our date value. Bind value equals, and that's going to be gig.date, like so. And then we...
While you're doing these fields, I'll mention that Blazor is pretty intelligent about the data types. You know that there's possibly some JavaScript happening behind the scenes with some of this stuff because it is naturally HTML. but Blazor is smart enough to send those things across the JavaScript boundary and bring them back in the correct types. So if you use something like a long or a decimal or a date, you're going to actually get those values binding correctly back and forth. You don't have to worry about some weird rounding errors happening or anything like that.
Yeah, definitely. Cool. So that's all good. So the last bit putting in here is a submit button for our form. Like so. That's going to be so like add gig, something like that. Cool. So that's all of the bits we need to actually be able to sort of see this and collect the data. But we can't actually do anything with it. We need to be able to post this off somewhere. So in order to do that, we need to do something when the form submits. So if we go to on valid submit, that is my favorite one to use because we'll only get called if our model is valid. So there's two things we need to do now. We need to actually, create a handler for this. So down here, I'm going to create a public async task because we're going to do some, we're going to post this to our API. Handle add gig like so. Excellent. And then in here, we're going to need to use the HTTP client. So up here, I'm going to inject an HTTP client like so. I'm going to call that HTTP. And down here, we can actually now take what's in our form and post it back to our API. So what I'm going to do is say var results equals HTTP, or no, await HTTP. And then we're going to post as JSON async. And then we need to post that up to a certain place. And we need to pass in what we're going to post, which is going to be our gig, like so. So we still need to work out an API to actually post this to. So we'll come back to that in a second. I've just realized as well, I haven't actually got a page directive on here. So we want to make this a page. So
we need to be able to route to it.
We need to be able to get to it, don't we? So we'll say add gig at the top there. So now with that in place, we can say handle add gig, like so. So that's all good. I think the only thing that our form is really missing at the moment is the validation side of things. So we've got a way of recording that data from the user and posting it back up, but we just can't validate it first. So we need to do something about that. So ASP.NET Core has a built-in validation mechanism called data annotations. So we can actually use these and decorate the various properties of our model in order to set the validation rules we require. So for example, I want the location to be required because we need to know where the gig is. That's fairly certain. And again, I think it's probably fair to say that the date is something we'd want to know. And I think we definitely want to know what the payment is for that. So that's fine. Because we've got a bool for has been paid, that kind of doesn't really matter. That's going to record true or false. So putting an annotation there kind of doesn't really make any sense. So we can put those bits in there now. So that's cool. Now, what's really good about this, and especially because we're using .NET for the entire stack, is that just by doing this, the API is automatically going to pick those up, and it's going to apply those validation rules to whatever we post to an API endpoint. So if we tried to post this now to a controller and any of these didn't meet it, so we tried to do it, I don't know, with Postman and bypass our UI, the API is still going to send it back and say it's not valid, which is, I think that's really sweet. So we've got that in place.
Full stack validation with that. So we don't have to write separate JavaScript validation for the front end and additional server logic to validate it on the back end.
Yeah, exactly. And then have to deal with the pain of when they get out of sync and, all that kind of stuff. So that's great. So what's really nice about the form system is all we need to do now in order to use those data annotations is to tell the form how to, which particular data validation mechanism we're using. And that is just done by including a component called data annotations validator. So just like that, we have now told the edit form to use data annotations to validate it. And now if we, when we use this form, now we will see those validations. The last kind of thing that I think is probably really useful to have on here is some mechanism to show validation errors. So there's the validation message component that has a for parameter. And we just say which particular property on our model that this one is for. So this is going to be gig.location, like so. I'm going to save that, and then we'll pop that down there, and that one down there, and that one down there. Wrong space.
Yeah, we don't need one on the final item because there isn't validation.
Yeah, you're
for
quite
it.
right. We don't need that, do we? So we'll put that in there. We'll get rid of that one. Excellent. So we've got those bits in there. So that's cool. So this is a really bland model at the moment. A really bland looking page, I will admit. But what we'll do as well is we'll go on our nav menu and we'll add a new link here just quickly so that we can get to our page, which was add gig. Like so. Cool. So that's all those bits. Now, actually, what I'm going to do for the second, I'm just going to comment that out. I'm just going to do a console right line like this form.
Yeah. So we don't have a true backend yet. We don't have any action to post this to. We'll probably be adding some of that later in the app. So for now, we'll just write it out to the console.
Yeah, we'll put that in form submitted successfully, like so. So with that in place, if we go back to our app and hit refresh, and I'll close this down. Let that just do a rebuild. Cool. So we're now authorized. We've now got this add gig page over to the side, which if we click on this now, we get our stuff owned out. We'll make this look pretty in a second. That'll be the last thing we kind of do is pretty this bit up. So we can see that we've got a date control being rendered here. An actual, if we inspect this, you'll have it's an input with a type of date because we use that input date component provided by Blazor. So it sets all this up for us properly under the hood. Same with the number one. We've got the type equals number here. And then we've got our text input, which of course that's the default for input. So there's nothing special there. We've also got these special classes. We've got valid down here that's been applied. And again, that's been done by the Blazor components. And if I hit add gig like so, we actually get a validation message now. So we get this validation error. If you remember, we set location as a required field. And we said we didn't want to be able to post without it. So with that done, you can see up here now, the input has changed to invalid. So we've got that. And then we've got some styling in place. This actually comes with the default template that gives that red border and it adds that that red message, that red message then underneath, like so. So this is great. The reason we haven't got it on the date is actually because the date isn't null or isn't empty at the moment. It's kind of got this default value. So it's quite an interesting one to understand about dates. To make this actually work properly or how you would expect, we need to go on our gig class and actually make this nullable. So if we do that and do a build now and go back, we should actually be able to see that as a with that required validation in it. So I'll let that go through. Cool. So that's come up a little bit different this time. And this time, if I hit it, you can now see I'm getting that required because date time being non-nullable, it's just put a default value in, which is just 0, 0, 0, 0, 0, 1 or 0, 1, 0, 1, 0, 0, 0, 1, as we saw. So, yeah. So anyway, we've now got this kind of behaving as we'd expect. And we've actually got a similar thing here for our number field. So again, int's got a default value of 0. So again, it's not actually empty. So the required attribute hasn't actually worked very well. We've got this 0. So what we can do instead is, because we've got a decimal here, we can come back and we can say range instead, which is possibly a little bit of a better way of doing things. So we can have a minimum amount. We're probably not the most expensive lot in the world. So we'll say the minimum is like 5. And like, I don't know, the maximum is like 1,000. We'll put those in. Oh, I don't want those. There we go. We'll put those bits in instead now. And now when we go back, we can do a refresh this time. And we should now get validation errors on all of the various controls we have. So there we go. So we're now saying we've got our value here for our payment, which needs to be between 5 and 1,000. We need a valid date and we need a location. So if we put in here, I don't know, so we put in London for our location and it goes green, and then we can get a valid date. And because this is a date type, we can actually use the built-in HTML date picker. So I can say like, that will happen tomorrow. And like our payment is going to be like 500 pounds. That will do. So we now got our valid gig. And if we go to our console, we hopefully now, when you hit our gig, we now see that our form has been submitted successfully. So that's where now we would call our API if we had an API endpoint to actually call. But you can see that quite quickly we've been able to add in a form. We've worked with various different data types that were on the model. We've been able to add decent validation rules for each of those various different data types. And then we kind of get this nice rich UI where the errors are showing on the correct controls with the messages, and they go away as soon as we enter the data that meets those rules and makes everything sort of look nice and pretty. Gives nice user experience, and it's nice and pretty with those green and red boxes to understand what's going on. So the last thing I really want to do before I finish up is just, I'm going to very, very quickly want to just add a bit of styling to this, because it's not exactly the most prettiest thing in the world at the moment. Now, we are using Bootstrap because Bootstrap is the default here. So I'm going to go to getbootstrap.com, and we can actually go and have a look at some styling stuff that we can use here. So inside of the component stuff, we can come down and we can find forms. We can see here this kind of quite traditional kind of form layout, which I quite like. So we can see here that to do that, we just need this kind of markup set up, and we should be pretty good to go with it. So I'm going to come in here and paste it in once. So instead of this label here, I'm going to say location, like so. We can just update some bits there, and then I'm going to copy that in here and replace that. Now, one of the things that is going to make this work is when I click on label, I want it to focus on my input text. And you can see that works by, I need an ID on my input that matches this 4 here. Now, the great thing about these Blazor components is I can pass arbitrary values through. So I can actually say ID equals location, and that will end up on the underlying component, which is great. So I'm going to do that. I'm going to pop that up there. So we can get rid of that. We don't need this one anymore. I'm very quickly going to take those. So we need one for date, one for payment, and we'll leave has been paid down there because that's so this is the date.
Yeah, like Dan mentioned in his keynote, this is all just standard web HTML, CSS, and the only part that we're really swapping out here is the JavaScript. So the routine things like label for and IDs just work.
Yeah, exactly right. Yeah. Cool. There we go. Cool. Yeah, I should be copying and pasting these rather than doing this. I'll pop that in. So we've got payment, ID equals payment like this. And then this one needs to be payment as well. We don't need any of those. Cool. And then we'll just stick a class on here of BTN, BTN primary like that. And hopefully those bits have gone through. So if we come back over to our app and refresh, hopefully we should have a much prettier looking form now that we can add a gig with. And that hasn't quite worked. What have I missed there?
Think what is missing.
What have
from
I
the
missed?
style sheet there?
Form groups. That's what I'm missing. I'm missing class
form control. That one.
Always one bit. So again, it's another good example of how we can pass arbitrary HTML attributes down. So we do that.
And Blazor won't see a matching parameter for class, so it'll pass it right along down to the receiving component or HTML tag inside there and just render it out.
And there we go. So if we have a look at that, we can actually see there's our information that's been passed down to the underlying HTML control. So there's that ID that we put in, and there's that class. And notice how Blazor's smart enough to actually concatenate the class we passed down, which was form control, with the validation class, which was valid, and put those both together. So, that I think is a really neat thing as well. That really works well. So I think I'm out of time. I'm very, very close. So I think we will leave it there.
The only thing I think we may have missed is, does this page use authentication or a role in any way?
Oh, yeah, very good point. So what we can quickly do is we can restrict access to this page by using the attribute directive, and I can say use the authorized attribute. So that will work the same as it does on a web API. So we can do that. I'm going to take all of this out as well. I'm just going to pop this into the imports.razor just to save us having all of that long using statement in all of our components. So we can do that, and that will just update itself.
That makes me feel better, because if I list all of our information for our band out there, I don't want some random coming in here and posting gigs for us.
Yeah, definitely. No one wants that. So that's cool. So I think that's it. It's kind of flown around, but yeah, we went over some authentication. We looked at adding roles. We've looked at how we can add a form and how we can add validation on that form and everything. So yeah, I think that's it. I will check this in and raise my pull request ready for Jimmy.
Yeah, excellent. And so if you don't mind doing that, we'll get Jimmy queued up. And I just wanted to thank you again, Chris, for getting us kicked off here today. So we did file new project. We did the full stack Blazor WebAssembly application. Chris then added the authentication bits to it and a custom role and a form to collect some band gig data for us. And that form has full validation and everything through the system data annotations, all very easy stuff to get set up and get running with. So next we'll have Jimmy Engstrom come in, and he's going to do some state management. He has some CSS tricks up his sleeve, I heard. So we'll tidy up this form and get it looking even sharper than we already have it. So
there we go.
I'll log in and I'll merge that pull request in, and then Jimmy can get on there and grab it. Chris, on our way out, why don't you let us know about your book again?
Yeah, cool. So yeah, it's called Blazor in Action. It's sort of getting, well, hopefully it'll take you from being a Blazor beginner through to being, a good, competent Blazor developer. And even at the, towards the end, there's some real more advanced chapters to cover some more advanced topics. So I'm hoping there'll be something in there for everybody, and people will find it useful. It's now out on Manning's Meet program, so you can purchase it now, and you'll get the first couple of chapters right now, and then you'll get a new chapter sort of once a month, or maybe you'll get a couple of months, depending on how productive I'm being with writing them, until the book's ready to go. And you can feed back all through that process and sort of help shape the final book. So yeah, please go out and grab it if that sounds interesting.
Awesome, Chris. And you can find Chris's blog at chrissainty.com. That was mentioned in the chat a few times as well. It helped us solve a little problem there earlier on, which is always fun. I don't know how many times that's happened to me. Yeah. Up next, we have Jimmy Engstrom. Chris, thanks again so much. We're going to keep on getting the band back together here and get our gig tracker up and running.
Awesome. Enjoy the rest of the day. And thanks for having me. And yeah, go Blazor. Whee!
Thanks, man. Take care.
Take care. Cheers. Bye.
Hey, we're back. It is session number 2 here, and I've got Jimmy Engstrom with me. How are you doing, Jimmy?
I'm good. How are you?
Not bad. We just got done kicking things off with Chris Sainty. As you may have seen, we got a little bit of a Blazor app stubbed out and ready to go. We've got authentication built in. We've got a little bit of a form setup that's ready to be worked on. And Jimmy, before we get started with the code here today, tell us a little bit about yourself and what you've been up to.
Sure. My name is Jimmy Engström. I work as a web developer at a local bank here in Stockholm in Sweden. And I fell in love with Blazor pretty fast because it solved all, or at least most, of the things that I really hated about web development. Yes, I am talking about JavaScript. We have been running server-side Blazor in production for a little bit more than a year now, basically since the release. And if you have any questions on that journey, feel free to ask that in the chat, and I would be happy to answer any questions.
And oh, sorry, Jimmy, go ahead.
Go ahead.
I was going to say, we've been very fortunate here on the show today. We've got a couple Blazor authors. I heard you've been working on a book as well.
Yes. It's called Web Development with Blazor and .NET 5. And the most important thing is done, the cover, and it does have raccoons.
So we'll be sharing links for the book in chat throughout the show, and we also have some prizes to give away. So if you are signed up for the DevReach and registered, you'll be entered in the prize drawings, and I think we have some books of Jimmy's to give away with that as well. But make sure you sign up if you haven't already. We can share some links in chat to our sign up page as well. And Jimmy, while we're doing introductions here, if you don't mind sharing your screen, we'll get that pulled up as well.
Yes, let's see here. Should be this one. There we go.
And Jimmy, thanks so much for joining us today.
Thank you. Thanks for having me. So tell me, what are we doing?
So we are getting the band back together. We need to track some gigs. We need to make some money. We need to get the band going. So we've got our Blazor application set up. We could use some additional features though. We've got a form, but we need to manage some state and maybe write some CSS and do some other things to make our app even better. So we need our band member Jimmy Engström to come in and bail us out.
So I do have a guitar. I cannot play it for the life of me.
It's there for looks,
Definitely,
decoration,
definitely.
Aesthetics only, folks.
All right, so I pulled down all this good stuff Chris did. Let's see if it works on my machine.
Now, I will warn you, you're going to need to register an account there, or you're going to get authorization issues.
Actually, I would like to run it.
And what's nice here is, since we have this Blazor app up on GitHub now, I can also come in and tidy up some loose ends, so you can focus on what you need to do.
That's good. I want to run this using the server instead of IIS. So there we go. Let's see what happens.
And the app should ask you to run a migration when you first register. And for folks watching at home, if you're cloning the bits or forking the repository, you're going to run into this step as well. It's just a normal part of the .NET process to get the application, the identity database installed on your machine.
So there it is. Add migration. Yes. Or apply migrations. Yes, please. Let's refresh it. Invalid login. Yeah, of course it is. I don't have an account.
Did you log in or did you register? Oh, you hit register.
I logged
there we
in.
go. Oh.
So that, ladies and gentlemen, is not how you should do it. Right? Confirm email. Shouldn't there be some kind of link here? Let's see what happens. Let's log in.
I just watched Chris do this, and I know there is...
It seemed to work.
Oh, there we go.
All right, we have a login. We have the add gig page. Awesome. So we're up to date.
So what are some things we can do with state management around this app idea, Jimmy?
Yeah, so Chris was talking about making web API calls, but I know that Jeremy Likness is going to talk about that just after me. So I'm thinking we're going to try to solve that some other way for the time being.
We could always store the data locally somehow, or persist the state on the client.
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. So I prepared a couple of slides that I want to share with you. We're going to talk about state management and how we can save stuff, basically, or states. So there are a couple of different options when we persist state. The first one is server-side storage, and that's typically what you do with a web API. You pull that over to the server and you store it in value pairs or in SQL Server or whatever you need to do. We do have the URL, and typically what you are saving in the URL is going to be, well, what page are you on? What gig are you editing and stuff like that. Oops. We also have browser storage, and in .NET 5 we have a new browser storage that we can access, and I will show you how you can do that. Now, browser storage comes in two different flavors. The first one is local storage, and local storage is scoped to the browser window. So it's going to be for all the tabs, and if you close the window and you open the window again, it's still going to be there. Session storage is scoped to the user's tab. So you have one tab, and if you switch tabs, that's going to be a completely different session storage. And then we have the in-memory state container service. So when we have a service in memory, and that's what we're going to do today, I think, at least for the first part. The nice thing with in-memory state containers is that you can use them with and communicate between different components in your site. But before we go into the container services, there are some things that we need to know. And that is about dependency injection. Now, most of you are probably familiar with dependency injection, but it behaves a little bit differently when it comes to server-side and WebAssembly. So if you're not familiar with dependency injection, let's just do a quick recap. We got the singleton. The singleton is going to be the same for all users across the whole site. So be a little bit careful when you're using singleton. Then we have transient, and transient it's going to create a new object every time you ask for an object. And then we have scoped. There we go. Scoped, and it will instantiate an object for each request. So it's going to be the same object for the whole request until you do another one. Now, this is true for ASP.NET Core. Blazor works a little bit differently. And to understand the difference between them, we need to talk about the different hosting models. And Dan already talked about different hosting models, so I'm not going to stay a lot on this, but I still want to emphasize the difference just so everyone is up to date. So there are two hosting models. It's server-side and client-side, or WebAssembly. We've been running, as I mentioned, Blazor server-side in production for more than a year now, and the reason why we chose server side is that it was too much work to rewrite everything we had to WebAssembly. That was way too much work. So we wanted to just create just one component, one page, one area, and work with that. So what you should take away from that is that you can start now. You don't have to do a file new, start completely new. You can start with doing a server-side Blazor, creating the components, and as Dan said, if you're doing it in a language or hosting model agnostic way, you will be able to reuse these components in both server-side and WebAssembly, no problem. Now, the old site we had didn't use web APIs. It was a MVC site. We did direct call to database. And with server-side, we can do that as well. So we didn't rewrite anything. We didn't add a web API. We used the same methods, the same things. We do have an API, but it's not going to be web-based. Now, I know there's a lot of things, really cool things for WebAssembly, and we will talk about those as well. But let's take a step back and talk about how server and WebAssembly differs in the hosting models. So the server is going to run our Razor components. Those Razor components are going to kick on Blazor. So Blazor is going to take those components and create a render tree. So this is a virtual representation of whatever these components are outputting. In this case, it's going to be H1 saying Blazor rules and a button saying click me. On the browser side of things, we're going to have a DOM and we're going to have a little piece of JavaScript. Don't worry, we don't have to write that ourselves. And the JavaScript is basically only responsible for creating a SignalR connection. So it's going to take all the things that it needs to get pushed over, push that over the SignalR connection to the JavaScript, and the JavaScript is going to update the DOM. Great. And if we have a button on there, as we do, we can click the button. That request is going to go over SignalR over to the Razor components. The Razor components are going to execute the code, change in this case, it's going to change the Blazor rules with a Z to an S instead, just a subtle change. It's going to push that change over SignalR and only that change. And to be honest, this slide is pushing a little bit too much. It is just going to push an ID and the change. It's not going to push the H1 all the way. And the JavaScript is going to update the DOM. Now, with the client side, everything is running inside of the browser. So we got the .NET WASM, which is the .NET 5 runtime compiled to WebAssembly. It's going to run your Razor component. You're going to still have Blazor creating a render tree. You will still have a DOM and a little piece of JavaScript. The difference here is that it's going to communicate with a JavaScript interop. So the render tree is going to push the changes to the JavaScript, and the JavaScript is going to update the DOM. So what does that mean for our dependency injection? Well, singleton is still going to be created only once and be available for all the users. That is still true for both. But with the WebAssembly version, everything is running inside your web browser. So everything you're accessing is going to live inside of your web browser. So it's going to be the same for all the users, but you are going to be the only user. When it comes to transient, that is going to behave just the same. When I ask for a new object, it's going to create that for me. When it comes to scoped, Now, scoped is the only one that differs a lot, because the concept of scope doesn't exist in WebAssembly. So if you create a scoped service, it's going to behave just like a singleton. Now, again, it's just the whole it's going to exist for the whole application. The length of the application is going to be shared to all the users. In this case, it's only you, but it's only going to create it once because there's no requests going on. And the same thing goes for server side. It's basically going to do one request, and then it's going to have that same request until you reload the page. Then you're going to have a new request, and you're going to lose the scoped services. So next up, we have browser storage, which I'm going to demo. So with .NET 5, we're going to have the protected browser storage. This is a new feature where you can go in and save data inside of the browser. The problem here is that this is only available for server side, but I still want to show you this. So I'm going to pop back to Visual Studio.
Now, Visual Studio, Jimmy, do you mind zooming in on your font for us when you get back into some code views there? It's a little bit hard to see on screen.
Because I have, if I do that, I can actually remove my glasses. That's going to be best for everyone. All right, so we're going to create a new Blazor app. We're just going to create, I'm just going to do that locally. We're going to create a server app. We're going to do it with .NET 5. I'm going to keep all those settings, and we're going to create it. There we go. So I have a couple of notes that I need to bring up as well. There we go. So to get protected browser storage to work, we need to add a dependency. So we can add a dependency. We're gonna go into. We're not gonna.
This is something that's brand new to .NET 5, right, Jimmy?
Yes, exactly.
So if you've done Blazor dev before, you might not recognize this bit. You might be wondering where it came from. This is all brand new stuff Jimmy's showing off.
It is. It is. So we're going to bring in Microsoft.asp.NET. I'm going to switch to browse as well. ASP.NET Core. Components. And protected. Let's see if it finds it. Protected. Browser. Why isn't it finding it? Let's do that. There it is.
So it's under Microsoft ASP.NET Core protected browser
No,
storage.
this one. This one is the one.
Ah, okay.
Because this is an old one that you can actually use today with .NET 3.
Ah, okay. So
this is the brand new
backwards
one.
compatible. Interesting.
Yeah. I don't know if the recommendation is to use it though. I know I used it. Yeah. And I had some strange problems.
I would say it's probably deprecated by now.
Probably.
I've noticed.
In alpha.
Yeah, this has happened with I think EF Core as well. There's two different packages out there, and it's a bit ambiguous as to which one you're supposed to use. So it's a good thing you're showing that different the two different packages side by side there.
Yeah. All right. So let's do a local storage, perhaps. There we go. So I'm pretty bad at typing. So you will see me use the delete button a lot. we're going to bring in inject. We're going to inject the protected local storage. Protected local storage. Now, I'm just going to add the using up here because, well, this is just to show off the storage. So we're going to name it local. And we're going to do something pretty simple. We're just going to, let's just add a value. We're going to say, well, let's add a code value here. We're going to say we have a string, we call it value, initiate it there. And then we're going to override the onAfterRender method. And in there, we're going to have we're just going to do it super simple. I'm going to store a value. I'm going to read that value back. So we're going to go, we're going to say await. Actually, this is the wrong one. I want to have the async one. There we go. And we're going to go local.
So we're actually using, I'm answering some questions for chat here while you're working there, Jimmy. We're actually using .NET 5 RC2. So this is the go live version of the release candidate. So this is a version that you can use. The only prereq here is that you have Visual Studio Preview if you're going to use Visual Studio with it. So the preview bits of Visual Studio will be able to work better with the release candidate.
Is there anyone in chat that are using Blazor in production already? So to get the value back, so now this line, we're going to say, we're going to take our local value, but I'm going to set the value. It's just going to save that in local storage. And then to get that back, I'm going to say, I'm going to get the protected browser storage result. And I'm going to bring that back and do an await.
So folks are saying, yes, they're using it in production. Some are saying soon. Some are screaming from the rooftops that they're using it. Some are kind of using it. So protected browser storage result, you have to type because we don't know exactly what's coming back from the server. I'm assuming, or from local storage. I'm assuming that's stored in some sort of string or JSON type of response, correct?
Yes, it's stored in well, it's a string that is encrypted.
Encrypted string. So by typing it, I'm assuming Blazor, or sorry, not Blazor, but the local storage API does some sort of magic to deserialize things back into some type in .NET.
Exactly. Why is this one? Doesn't like me. What am I doing wrong? I'm not saying string here. There we go. And then I just need to check out if the storage value.
So you were getting caught by something that always catches me on these, especially on these local storage bits. So when you say set async, it doesn't require the type, because at that point the compiler knows what the type is because you're sending it in one of the parameters. So when you say the value, it's a string, and the compiler understands it's a string, therefore it can infer that the type is the string. If you put an integer where the value is, it would automatically type that as an integer. However, when you're getting it out of local storage, it doesn't know what the type is anymore.
Right.
So it's outside of the system.
So what we're doing here is that we have a value, We have a string that is called value. We are calling the variable value as well. Might not be the best name, but and we're setting the value as a value. We are getting the string back, and we're going to show it. I'm going to set the string value there. I'm going to show the value up here. That's a lot of values. I hope you got all of that. I should totally have used other names. All right, so if we start our browser, and thanks. Oh, we changed it, right. What did we change it to? We changed it to local storage. Local storage. That's not right. There we go. Storage. Whoa. Yeah, right. So what is happening here is that we haven't added this to our startup just yet. So we need to
Can you go back to the error message for a second?
Yes, of course.
Yeah, this is a good learning moment here. Whenever you see cannot provide a value for property, that's one to write down for the notebooks. Cannot provide a value for property. That means dependency injection has failed, right, Jimmy?
Yes. Yeah. And this, I always do this mistake. All right. So what we need to do is we need to add protected browser storage. There we go. And we need to restart to see the change.
And we're getting some good feedback in the chat room saying great show, learning stuff from the unexpected errors that show up and that type of thing. That's one thing I like about pair programming in live context like this is people get to see the fails and then learn how the problem solving process is about recovering from those things that failed.
Yeah, absolutely. And I'm actually having a problem here. So let's see if we can debug this. So as you can see, the value doesn't show up here. Let's go into our console. Application. We don't have anything in our local storage. So let's see what happens. True. The value. Okay. So we do have a value. Let's see if we just do state has changed. Because this is running in on after a thing, so maybe on after render.
You need, okay, there it goes. Yeah. So what's happening here is we've got the on after render async method that's kicking off. It's is the last lifecycle method that is fired in the component's lifecycle. The reason, and I'm sorry if I missed this, if you already got it, Jimmy, but the reason you're tapping into that lifecycle method is because we're under the hood of this, we're using JavaScript to get these values in and out of local storage. And when the application renders the component, or it initializes the component rather, JavaScript isn't available yet. The browser hasn't received the rendered component yet. So there is no JavaScript, there's no DOM rendering or anything. So we have to wait until the component has rendered completely, and then we can access the local storage. So you're using the on after render initialization method rather than the onInitialize async.
Yes, exactly.
And then I saw you putting a little if statement in there.
Yes.
What's that all about?
So what happened was that every time it's going to kick the on-off the render async every time it renders. So every time I do a state has changed, it's going to render. It's going to run that method. So what happened was that the method called state had changed, which called after render async, which called state had changed, and well, you get it.
So you got into an infinite rendering loop there. That one catches me all the time, absolutely all the time. So make sure you put that if statement like right away when you queue up the on after render async method. Always gets me, and it gets you into a lot of hot water. It locks up the browser eventually with all the rendering it's doing. Sorry, go ahead, Jimmy.
So with protected browser storage, you'll see that the value that is actually stored, it should be the value as a string, but it's actually encrypted and safe, and .NET is going to check if that value is changed in any way. So it's going to be safe from manipulation and stuff like that. All right, browser storage. So what do you want me to talk about? What do you want me to cover? I have a couple of things.
So let's see. First thing, I'm going to push an update to GitHub. Let me get a commit going here. So I cleaned up the form just a little bit. So I'm going to go ahead and push this up if you don't mind pulling that down, Jimmy. And while, let's see here, they changed the Git. Let's see if that does it. They changed my Git tools inside of Visual Studio. There it goes, successfully pushed. So you should be able to get those changes in. And while you're grabbing that, I'll just share what I've changed real quick. So let me get my screen up here. So last time we saw it, Chris Sainty was working on it, and we left some CSS that was kind of...
We totally lost Ed.
Sorry about that. StreamYard just dropped me completely. I was trying to share my screen, and it booted me from the channel here. So I tidied up Chris's... Let's see if I've got... Okay, my screen is sharing now. So I tidied up a little bit, and I made the form just a little bit more user-friendly. So while you're pulling that down, I'll just walk through the changes that are here. First of all, I took the counter out of the application. We probably won't be using the counter example, so it's gone now. I left the fetch data there, so Jimmy, if we want to shove some data into local storage from our form, we can pull it back and replace this weather forecast data with that. That'd be something that we could do. And then on our add gig UI here, I just tidied up the form a little bit and added a label to the checkbox here and added a cancel button. So every Wednesday, except for this week because of DevReach, I do a show called Blazor Power Hour. And I covered this on the last show, how to add a cancel button to a form. A lot of people get hung up on this one because of validation, and they can't figure out how to skip the validation to add a cancel button and not have validation occur. So that's actually very easy. We've got that going on in our form now. So if we go into add gig, you can see I've added a little bit of bootstrap classes just to make this look a little bit more uniform. We've got our new label in here. And then we have a submit button, which is a button element. And then we also have an input that is set to button, which won't trigger validation because it is not a type of submit, but rather a type of button. And then when we click that button, we just new up another instance of that form model, and it overrides any values that were already there, resets it. So that's the changes that are in there, Jimmy. If you want to take over and add something to this handle add gig, maybe we can throw that into some session state or local state somewhere and pull it back up in our our fetch data page. I'll switch back over to your view, and you can take over from there.
Let's do that. All right.
I think
There we go.
Oh, there we go. Thank you, Jeff, behind the scenes there. And then when you get to the coding screen again, I think you might have to zoom back in. So.
Is that fine?
I think that's good. They may have been talking about my screen, so I think that one looks clear to me on my preview. So go ahead, Jimmy.
All right. So let's just store a couple of gigs in memory to start with. And let's create a folder called services. Talking and typing at the same time is not always easy.
So you're adding a brand new service to the application, so we can put things in the service and share either method calls or data throughout the application in some sort of state management scenario.
Exactly. I'm going to do this super easy. I'm just going to have a public.
So we have a new gig service class, which is essentially just a plain class object, right? There's nothing special going on here. We're not inheriting anything. No wizardry, no black boxes. It's just a plain old class object. And you're creating a list of gigs.
Exactly. We're just going to have a public list that is going to be available for all our components.
Okay.
We're going to have a get and a set. And let's just do
so that's a very important step there. So this on the get and set, you've added equals new list of gigs. What's that all about?
So we want it to be instantiated when we start to add gigs. If it's the default is going to be null, and we're going to get errors. I think we might be able to use the new C#, the C#9 syntax as well. I'm not sure if I can use it here. Well, it seems to work.
Yeah, we should be able to. So this is the new C#. Is this record syntax, or is this just a new semantic sugar that they added to it?
I kind of wished you knew.
So I'm going to take a wild guess here and say this is just sugar that they added.
Probably.
The compiler can now infer the new thing that you want to create. So if you just say new with some open braces, it goes ahead and news up a list of gigs. What's nice here is if you were to not put this new instantiation method on here, you left it off. If you go to use this somewhere, so you go into your fetch data page and you try to list those items out, and you're going to want to iterate over this list. If it's null, you're going to immediately hit an error. So this will help solve some of those errors just by putting that in there by default. So good on you, Jimmy.
All right, so let's just go to our pages and our add gig. So here we want to, actually, let's start with the program. So we need to tell Blazor how it should handle the service, because we don't want to have the error that we had in the previous demo. So we're going to go into Builder, Services, and Add. And here we can do a singleton or we can do a scoped. That doesn't matter. The recommendation is to use, if the service is going to be, if it's going to contain user data, then you should use scoped, even though there's no difference. In this case, we're going to store gigs, and that could definitely be site-wide. So we're going to do add singleton. And we're going to add our gig service.
I think the rub there is if you did scoped and it had user data in it, or sorry, if you did singleton, it had user data in it, and then somebody were to take the app and migrate it to a Blazor server app, then you're going to have big problems.
Yeah.
because that user data is going to get shared with everyone, and that's not a good thing.
That is not a good thing.
So by best practice, go ahead and make it a singleton, and that way if somebody decides this is going to be a Blazor server app at some point, you don't get caught by that.
So let's go back to our add gig. So here we're going to add a gig service. And let's call it service, maybe. So let's call it gig service. There we go. Let's just bring this back as well. So add that you don't get a stroke or something.
I don't like typing, so you're doing me a huge favor here. If anybody's ever watched me stream, you know I complain if I have to type more than one long sentence.
All right, so we have the gig service, and at handle gig, we can just say gig service dot gigs add, and we can add our underscore gig.
That's the simplicity I like about .NET, is we're just going to add something to a collection. There's nothing fancy going on here. We just put it in that that list, and now we have access to it everywhere in the app as long as we're injecting that service, right?
Yeah. So let's steal this one, and let's go to. Should we do a list in fetch data?
Sure.
That's a good thing. Yeah. Let's do that. So in here, we just add the same gig service.
So out of the boilerplate code was some simple random weather data. It's binding to a list table, an HTML table. So we're going to take now the information that we're gathering from our form and replace that random weather data, right?
Yeah. I think we might just remove all of that for simplicity. So in here, we could actually loop over the gigs right here.
Yeah. So initially there was a backing field because it's doing an HTTP call, but we're not going to go out and fetch anything from a server yet. So we'll just take what's being stored locally and list it out.
Yeah. So let's do a for each or gig in gig service. Gigs. There we go. And let's just
I was doing this with Alyssa the other day. I know she's watching. I couldn't type a for each loop in a text editor because I didn't have Visual Studio to autocomplete it for me, and I felt bad.
well, now it's definitely big enough. So there we go. We have the gig. We have listing the services or the locations. Let's see if we got what it takes.
So with very little code, we just added the ability to take our data from our form and put it in a repeating list. So it's not really persisted anywhere but on the local machine right now, but it's a start. We could prototype with this. We could have a local running version of the app. What didn't it like about our value there?
We can only earn up to $1,000.
Oh, Chris has capped us on our... This is going to be our first band fight, is that we want to book gigs more than X amount of dollars. So we might have to get rid of Chris. I don't know. He's pretty good on the drums, I've heard, though.
Oh, yes?
I don't know.
Well, it's good if one of us
Speaking
can play.
fictitiously, I can't sing or play an instrument, so this band, maybe Chris was in the right direction there by letting us not try to overbook ourselves.
So
He knows our worth. That's what I'm saying.
So I added 2 gigs, one in Stockholm, one in London, and not that doesn't show up that nice, but we can use the new feature. Let me see if I have my sheet page here somewhere. Here it is. So we can use, instead of using this for loop, let's use the new virtualize component that Dan talked about.
See, I like your line of thinking here that we're going to have so many gigs that we need to virtualize this list. We're going to be super successful, even though you can't play guitar, I can't sing, and Chris can't play drums. We are going to have lots of gigs.
Hey, go big or go home.
So this is pretty neat. You didn't even need a for loop with this because it's internalized that part.
Exactly. So we only add the virtualize and gig, the gig service and our gig property. Now here we need to add.
We've got the right line of thought here. So it's an airband, which apparently is a real thing. We won't get into it on the show, but that's something I've actually heard more than once.
So we're going to use 2 properties here. We're going to say that the context, which is each item in the loop, what we want to name it. So we want to name it, let's name it gig. That way, this is just going to work as before. So if we run this again.
So context is just giving us a naming convention that we can follow inside the template rather than the word context itself. That's nice.
Exactly. So that's a good point. We could have used context as a word instead. All right, fetch data. We don't have any gigs because we just rebooted our server or the app. Let's add Stockholm. Let's go here. We've got Stockholm. Let's add London.
What's nice about the state management is it's persisting this data from page to page. So while we'll eventually probably move this to a HTTP service and persist it in a database, this does show you how you can store temporary data that you need from one page to another and persist something locally temporary. So that looks a lot better, Jimmy. So this is using the localization. Is there something in the localization that triggers like how many items it requires before it's virtualized or anything like that?
Yes, and I should definitely know that number. I think it's about 30 items, I believe is default. You can set another number as well if you want to. And you can also set how many items it should preload. So if you're scrolling, it should have like 5 or 6 items extra, if you will.
Nice. Very nice. And this comes out of the box with .NET 5. So this is something you can add to your Blazor app immediately if you're upgrading to .NET 5.
Exactly. So we're kind of running out of time. Should we just talk a little bit about the built-in CSS features?
Sure. We can spend a few minutes on that. So you're talking about CSS isolation, Jimmy?
Yes, exactly. And that's something that when I write CSS, I try to write them as broad as possible. But having the option to go in and just set a style for one component and that component only, and especially for those who are like Telerik and myself doing components, that is really, really nice because now you don't have to refer to the CSS when you're using the components. So let's just add a file here really quickly. Can do it there. Add. Actually, let's use a plugin. So this is a in Web Essentials 2019. There is an add new file component, and I love this. So we're just gonna say add gig. We're gonna name it just the same way. We're gonna say eraser, and we're gonna add CSS. Boom. It's gonna be placed underneath, nice and smooth. Let's just add something. Let's change the H1 to, let's say, color red. Something really horrible.
I can feel Alyssa cringing right now. She's our resident CSS guru and design snob like myself, and it's painful to see the bright red like that.
Oh, look at that! It's an H3. So let's change that.
We need to go back.
Yeah, we need to change it H3, and let's run it again. And there's a similar function to this in JavaScript as well, JavaScript isolation. So if you, for some reason, need to write JavaScript, that would help you a lot. Why isn't this working?
I was gonna say I don't see the H3 lighting up for some reason.
Let's see if we can. Let's run it again.
So one thing you might want to try if that isn't showing up is inspect the page and clear cache, because CSS files are notoriously caching friendly. So if you right click on the reload icon up at the top, if you right click on it, hit empty cache and hard refresh. See if that triggers it. It did not. Oh my. All right.
It is hitting it though.
So CSS isolation, what it does, it takes that CSS file, it bundles it and sticks it inside of a CSS file called what is it? Let's see if I can find it on my machine here. I've got the project open, and under www.root index.html, there should be, a namespace of devreach.clientstyles.css. So it should be in there. One way to check for this, Jimmy, let me pull my screen back up here so I can see where you're at again. If you can look at the head of the document, and you should see at the bottom of that head tag, there it is, DevReach client CSS styles.css. Right click on that and see if you can open that file in another tab. There you go. Open a new tab and see if you spot.
It's still H1.
It's still H1.
Maybe
so it didn't update for some reason.
Do a rebuild.
So that's one way with this CSS isolation to check and see what it's actually outputting, is if you go to the head of the document and you right click, open in a new tab, it will literally open that compiled, or not compiled, I don't know what the right term would be there, but the generated CSS file, that's the right word, generated CSS file in the browser itself. There it goes. So it wasn't cached necessarily, but the build wasn't seeing a change.
Probably needed to change something that actually built to get that changed.
Yeah, so it's kind of a manual operation to inspect that file, but it's a little bit of a sanity check to go in there and see, like, what exactly did it actually produce anything? Did it update anything? And question in the chat room here, and that extension is backwards. So essentially what you do is you add, instead of .css.razor, it's component name.razor.css, and that will trigger the build system to find that and embed it in that file.
As I mentioned, this is also available for JavaScript, and I have a blog post talking about how that works. So if you want to dig deeper in that, you can check out my blog.
You can feel free to copy and paste that in chat, Jimmy.
Absolutely.
And then we could share that with everyone. And then
I don't think I have access to the chat right now, but I'll do that just after.
Absolutely.
I don't have Twitch up at the same time.
And then, Jimmy, as we get ready to package this up for Git and push it up to merge a pull request, why don't you tell us a little bit about your book again? That's with Packet Publishing, and
yes.
When's it coming out?
It's it's scheduled for I believe January, but I'm a little bit behind right now. But hopefully things will. I will be able to get things done after this. So, but January is the goal.
Oh, there we go. Some familiar name of Jessica Engstrom just shared your blog post.
Perfect.
So you want to, do you know this lady?
No, I have never heard of her.
Never heard of her? Okay.
No.
I thought there might be some relation there.
All right. I probably need to create some branch or something.
When you did this, did you clone it?
Yes.
Or fork it? Okay.
Should I have done something else?
No, you should have just forked it and... Did you clone it or fork it?
Clone.
Okay. So, yeah, you don't have access to that repository directly.
Uh-huh.
So, any Git gurus out there know how to swap this to another local. Maybe you could fork it and then try to pull request that form. This is where you found my kryptonite, and that is Git.
Yeah, mine too.
Git and DevOps will weaken me instantly.
Same here. But all right, I'm sure I can figure something out. And what is Git stash?
We can.
All right. So Git stash. No.
Dan Siegel's ready to give me lessons. I will take you up on that sometime. We can possibly. We've got a lot of suggestions here. We could possibly. Let's see. Where did it go? Git remote add fork. I've never used that myself. So again, I'm in uncharted territory. So we need to change from a clone to a fork. That's what it is. How to move to a fork after cloning. Here we go. So you've cloned somebody's GitHub repo and you want to fork and contribute back. Here we go.
But perhaps I can do. I'm out of time, so maybe I can just do this off camera and.
Sure. Yeah,
and
let's do that, and
Jeremy.
we'll get Jimmy up. Or sorry, we have Jimmy up. We'll get Jeremy up, and we'll take over from here. And if you can get that pushed up, we'll go ahead from we'll merge your changes in. And Jeremy and I'll get going on putting some API calls together. Again,
Great.
Thanks for joining us, Jimmy.
Thank you so much for having me.
Yeah, appreciate all the information on local storage and what was the other bits called? The protected local storage.
Yeah.
Protected local storage, because that's all new stuff. The protected stuff is all brand new to .NET 5, so it was great to learn about that. So much appreciated. People really liked the slides at the beginning, and we got to see how some of the state management stuff played into our app. So thank you very much, Jimmy, and good luck finishing the book.
Thank you.
All right, we've got Jimmy, I keep saying too many J's in the lineup here. We've got Jeremy coming up next. Jeremy Likness is going to join us. We're going to get on the server side of things. We're going to build some web APIs and persist some of this data back in the database. If we have time, we might have some other little tips and tricks to share as well. So we'll be back in just a second with Jeremy Likness. Thanks, Jimmy. Bye-bye.
Bye.
Hey, Jeremy. Looks like you are. Let me get you unmuted here. There we go.
Hey.
Welcome to the show, Jeremy.
Thank you, sir.
How are you doing today?
I'm doing great. How are you?
Excellent. So we kicked things off with Daniel Roth today. We heard from Chris Sainty. We built a forum and worked on a little bit of authentication. You saw Jimmy just joined us and did some session state management stuff with us and talked a little bit about dependency injection and dabbled in some CSS isolation. So you're going to do a little bit of server-side stuff with us today. But before we get started, why don't you tell us a little bit about yourself, Jeremy, and what you've been up to?
What I've been up to, quite a bit, actually. So I'm a senior program manager at Microsoft. I work for .NET Data, which is a huge scope, right? Because there's a lot of ways .NET developers interact with data. I spend most of my time with the Entity Framework core team, and that may or may not bias what I show, right, for server-side persistence. I also work with the .NET for Spark team, and I'm doing quite a bit with GraphQL. But I've been passionate about Blazor, and I'm going to use this word. I use it in every talk, Silverlight. I was a huge fan of Silverlight. And obviously, there were a lot of reasons why Silverlight didn't last the way a lot of developers wanted it to. And Blazor is not Silverlight, but there was a promise that I believe Silverlight we hoped would fulfill, which was to be able to use C# to write apps that run anywhere. And I believe that WebAssembly and Blazor is a fulfillment of that process. And that's why I've been such a fan of Blazor and being able to use existing C# code and libraries and frameworks to build applications that run in the browser. And that's what I've been doing a lot with lately is working with Blazor apps. Especially one of my most recent projects is taking MVVM and looking at how that applies to Blazor, not because I believe MVVM is the right pattern for Blazor, but because I know a lot of people are coming from desktop apps, WPF, etc., or maybe they're even using Xamarin mobile apps and want to reuse code and take those existing view models forward. So that's been a lot of fun.
Interesting. Yeah, this definitely opens the door for a lot of those discussions and a lot of fun experiments. I know I've had a blast just tinkering around with things in Blazor and seeing what works and what doesn't. And surprisingly, not very much doesn't. I get a lot more success than fails. So it's been a lot of fun. I got to point out one more thing before we get the code up on the screen and start hacking away. You're the first person that has the shirt where we can see it. We did some special shirts for the event here today. And since we're getting the band back together, our mascot here, Ninja Freddy, is doing the traditional Freddie Mercury pose. Gotta love that. That's our Telerik Ninja. I'd show mine off, but I have a green screen and you can see through his chest, so it looks a little weird.
That would be weird.
Thanks for sharing that, Jimmy or Jeremy. I'm gonna make that mistake all day, so I'm gonna apologize.
That's all right. I'm
100
just
times
gonna
ahead of
every
time.
time you do that, I'm gonna hold up my official lanyard.
I need that lanyard hanging off my monitor right now, even though your name's on the screen in several places. All right. So Jeremy, let's get your screen shared. Hopefully you've got our bits forked, and we don't run into the clone issue again. So,
I do have the bits forked. So the question is,
good.
did Jimmy get some bits up that I need to pull, or am I good where I'm at?
I think you're fine where you're at. I think we were going to reverse course on some of the stuff that Jimmy was showing off. So we showed how to do local storage. So we persisted the data we were entering in our form in local storage so we could share it throughout the application that way, which is still a super helpful technique because there's plenty of times you need to push data around the inside of your app and not persist it. But I think for our next step, we need to start persisting some data on the back end somewhere. So we're in a good starting point again from where we were at. So we have basically a data entry page, and we need to build a way to save that data and then pull it back out and display it in a listing of some sort.
All right, well, let's make sure I can actually get into this application. It looks like if I can get this screen over, that I'm good to go here. It's got me logged in. Hello, Jeremy Likness. That's always comforting. Let's try to add a gig. Let's do Lead, South Dakota. That'd be a fun story to tell sometime. We'll do a free gig maybe, and add gig.
We're getting paid at least $5.
$5. So let's do paid. Add gig. And presumably it's been added and we are right about there. So let's look at storing this in the database, and let's use one of my favorite tools, which is Entity Framework Core, which is something that I've been using. Now the app is already using Entity Framework Core for identity. We saw
Correct.
some of that in the first session, but we don't have anything for gigs yet. So I want to do a couple things for the gig. First thing is I want to give the gig a key. Now, Entity Framework uses conventions, so unless you don't name this ID, you do not need to attribute it. So I could use a key attribute, but because it's called ID by convention, it's automatically going to be picked up. So we'll save that. And then for this, I'm going to add the DB context to the shared project. And there's a reason for that. I'm going to show, if we have time, a way of querying data that uses the data context but doesn't run it in WebAssembly. And just for some context, the data context is an interface, if you will. It's an API for speaking with the database. The problem with Blazor WebAssembly is that SQL Server and other database services don't speak over HTTP, which is what your browser's allowed to speak to. So I can't connect directly to SQL Server from a Blazor WebAssembly client. I can do that from Blazor Server.
Mm-hmm.
So what we're going to do is create an API, let the server do the heavy lifting, talking to the database, and work with an API to do that. So the first thing is in this project here. Let's go down to our NuGet package manager. Tools, NuGet package manager, and I'm sure there's a shortcut setting that someone's going to be pinging. And we're going to install package Microsoft Entity Framework Core. Now this is already installed on the server project, and it's actually installed as SQL Server. Entity Framework works with this concept of providers. So I have a model, and then I have an implementation of that model with a provider. It could be SQL Server, MySQL. There's even a Cosmos DB provider. I'm just using the generic Entity Framework Core here so I can define the context, and then we'll use that SQL Server provider on the server to actually talk to SQL Server. So we're going to install this package. Let me make sure I'm in my shared project. So we got shared, and I'm going to just zoom in right there. So default project is where these NuGet commands take place. So we'll install the package. We didn't see any red, nothing blew up. So far, so good. If the rest of the session goes like this, I think we're on good ground. And let's add a class. Now we're gonna be very creative with the name of this class. We're tracking gigs. So I think I'll call this a gig context. Does that sound good to you, Ed?
Sounds like it is falling right in line with the rest of our naming conventions.
Okay, sounds good. So this is going to inherit from DB context. And you can see it already pulled in my Entity Framework core. I love the new IDE. It's so smart about finding references. So there's a few steps to a context. The first thing we need to do is tell it what models we're working with. So I do that using something special called a DB set. We're going to do a DB set of gig called gigs. And this basically tells Entity Framework that we're going to have some sort of persistence for the entity type of gig. The other thing I'm going to do is add some constructors. Now, the default constructor is fine, but we want to be able to configure this. Remember, I talked about providers, and we need to tell it, for example, to use SQL Server. So we're going to do a constructor that takes something called a DB context options. These allow you to configure the context in different ways. And all you need to do is just take that options and pass it along to the base class. I don't need to do anything special with it here. I can if we get into more advanced, but we're not going to have time for that. So this is our DB context. We should be good to go here. Now what we want to do on our server is come into our startup. And in our startup, Entity Framework Core adds a default set of extension methods. You can see this here for the application DB context, the identity stuff. It has this use SQL Server. And we've got this default connection string. So if we look in our app settings, and I'm going to open for development, actually app settings. So we've got this default connection here that was actually created by Identity Server. So I'm going to steal this and create a new one, and we'll call it gig connection. Paste that in and add a few extra quotes. Oh, I grabbed too much, that's why. That's all right. Okay, so we're going to do local DB. We're going to call the database. We don't need all of this with the GUID and everything else. We'll just call this gig DB. Trusted connection, multiple active result sets we can keep. And now we've got a new connection. So in our startup, we're going to add pretty much the same thing, but this time it's for our gig context. So let's do this, add DB context. We're going to change this type to a gig context. And it's going to need to get its reference. That's control period for the shortcut to get to that. And we called it gig connection. And just to be extra safe, I'm going to come here, gig connection, gig connection. Okay, so those are the basics for getting started. Now, just having a data context is not going to do anything for me, right? We need a way to talk to it. Now, I'm not going to spend too much time showing the magic way, which is right-click, add controller, and then you can do this API controller with actions using Entity Framework. What this will do is it'll look at your DB context and it'll auto-scaffold all of the different get, create, update. But we're going to use a little bit different with read. So I don't want to do that. And I want to introduce a repository pattern. And there's a reason why. So instead of using this default controller, we're just going to build it from scratch. You can use the scaffold and see how it scaffolds. It works pretty good out of the box. But we're going to just do an empty one. And we're going to add our own actions to that. So Let's call this gigs controller. And now it gets this default route of API controller. We have an API controller with a controller base, and we can start adding methods to it. So let's come back to shared and just add an interface for our repository to define the things we want to do with the database. Repository is a pretty simple pattern. I'm not going to implement it all the way. You would normally do like an iRepository of T, and you would have some standard methods. We're just going to do a simple one. Let's actually be more descriptive and call it igig repository.
So what's the elevator pitch of a repository pattern for those that might not be familiar?
You're going to see the elevator pitch here. So it is great for testing, first off. So basically by setting an API surface area here, when I do my test, instead of having to spin up a database or even within Unity Framework Core use an in-memory database, I can just scaffold link to objects. I can put a list behind it. So it makes it easy to test. But here, especially if you're going to have the possibility of sharing Razor controls between Blazor client and Blazor server, it gives you a consistent interface to use on both. And that's why I'm putting this in the shared project, because I'm going to actually implement the repository on the client and the server. It's just going to be implemented a little bit differently.
I see.
So let's expose a task of a gig. So we're going to get a gig back when we save it to the database, because it'll start out without an identifier, and then it'll come back with an identifier. And we're going to say add gig async, and it's going to take a gig as a parameter. So simple enough there. Now let's come back over to our server, and let's implement it on the server side. So I'm going to do add class. We'll call this gig repository. We're going to implement igig repository. It's in the shared project, so it needs a using statement. We'll go ahead and implement that interface. Now for this to work, I need the gig context. So I'm going to do private gig context. Now for a thorough example, this should implement iDisposable and do some other things. We're keeping this really simple for the demo. But just know that contexts are disposable. There's also the option to configure a factory for context and create a new context for every operation. So there's a few different ways you can do that. And we have a doc specifically for Blazor and Unity Framework Core that goes through some of those patterns. So we're using dependency injection. We want to do a constructor that takes the gig context in like this, and then we do this context equals context. So that's just letting dependency injection pass that into us as it's configured. And then here, the steps are, we're going to make this async, and we are going to take our context and add the gig. We're going to tell it to save changes. And then we're going to return the gig, which presumably now has the ID added to it from the database. Now, I do want to make one change. In the identity piece, you saw that it had to scaffold the database. This is the way that you manage schema changes from version to version. What I could do is I could scaffold it, create a migration, do a database up, and take all these steps. Again, we're in demo mode, so we're going to make this a little faster, and I'll put a comment here, and I'll just say, never do this in production. And we're going to say context database created. So that's just going to go ahead and spin up and scaffold the database for us on the fly. You don't do this in production because you can only do this once, and then if your schema changes, you're stuck. So migrations help you manage through those, but again, that would take extra time. So we've
What's
got
nice about this, Jeremy, is I use this all the time because people want to download or fork or clone a GitHub repo and just have it, .NET build, .NET run, and it just does its thing. And you don't want to list like 12 commands that they have to run in order to get the demo running. So I love this approach. I do it myself.
And this is, I had a thought and the thought escaped me, so I'm just going to keep on moving. All right, so here's our gigs controller. So we set up the repository. So we need to first tell our server that we're using the repository. And these, by the way, are added scoped. We're on the server now. So by default, I want to add this as scope so it's in the same level as everything else. And it's going to be an iGig repository, and it's going to be implemented by gig repository. So now I've told dependency injection about my repository. Now I can go to my controller, and we'll do a private iGig repository, public gigs controller, iGig repository repo. I'm being lazy with that. Repository equals repo. Now we have a controller ready to take something. Let's actually give it a controller method. So I'm going to do an async task of gig. Actually, we'll make it a action result of gig. And post gig. And then we'll say from the body of the post is going to be the gig that we want to post. That sets up a endpoint for us to pass it to. We're going to get the gig with the ID just by calling the repository and saying add gig async with the gig. Again, demo mode, not much error handling going on here. And we'll say gig with ID actually. And then we're going to be responsible with our REST API and do a created at action, which will do a 201 that tells you it made something and gives you the endpoint that this is at. And this is going to be get gig. So pretend like we have an endpoint called get gig. We haven't built that yet, but eventually we will. We're going to give it the ID that the database assigned, and we're going to pass the gig with ID as part of the body. There we go. That looks kind of funny, doesn't it? Gig with ID, but we'll run with it. And then we could, of course, do a public async task, action result, gig get, int ID. This would be an HTTP get. And I'm just going to return. We're not going to implement this yet. Oh, that's right. We got to say, okay. So this is just a placeholder that we can build at some other time. All right, I'm doing something wrong. Our result equals, okay, object result, gig. Is this supposed to be a new one? I always forget if they're, there we go, from result. Okay, placeholder is in place. Scratch. Help me out, Ed. What am I doing wrong? Creates a task, cannot implicitly to DevReach shared gig. Oh, it's just expecting a new gig. I'm not going to spend too much time on this because I'm not going to implement it. I keep saying that, but let's try new gig. And if that doesn't work, then we'll just skip this method for now. Yeah, that's fine. We don't need it because right now what I want to show is posting this. So the server side should be set up. I could use Postman and do that, but I want to go ahead and build out the client because I'm sensitive to time. This is where I love using the repository pattern for the Blazor projects because of the server implementation and the client implementation. So if we come to the client, what I'm going to do is add a new class, and I'm going to call this gig client. And I'm going to implement that same repository pattern. And then I need my using statement, and I need my implement interface. Now, of course, we're on the client, so we can't access the database directly. So we're going to need an HTTP client to do some work for us. I'm going to take this client, and again, using dependency injection, I'm going to pass in a client and set that here. And we're going to configure this client so that it's automatically passed in with what we need to access the server side. And I'll show you how we do that. So now that we have a client, we can basically turn this into an async. We can say var result equals await client post as JSON async. The request URI we can make empty because that's going to be configured in the default base. And what we're posting is a gig. So our result is going to be a status code with some content, and we can deserialize and do that. Let's go ahead and just make sure it's a successful status code. And again, I'm just going to return the gig itself right now. But what I want to show you is here we're going to do a console write line, result, headers, location, just to show you how that updated. And then normally we could parse that out, update, etc. Now, the other thing that I haven't done yet is I haven't tagged the controller with authorize. So we would go back and authorize the controller and use authentication and everything else too. I want to get to a round trip of the gig, and then we can look at some of the other things. So the last step is to actually set up this client. So what we can do here, let me see if I have this correct. What I need to do is I need to install a package because I'm going to use something called the HTTP Client Factory. And the HTTP Client Factory lets you have multiple configurations of the HTTP client that you can associate with that. So if we go here and we install package Microsoft extensions HTTP, I thought that's what it's called. Oh, it's already referenced. So we're already there. And we actually already have a named blah, 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 HTTP client. So that's good. So let's do a builder services add HTTP client. We're going to do.
I think the factory was added in .NET 5. If you were in a .NET, a Blazor 3.2 application, then you'd have to add it manually.
Oh, what is it I want to do? I want to do C base address equals new URI. And then we're going to take the same client address here, which is the base address. So this gets us the root address, and you would change this obviously if you want to use a different endpoint. For example, if you have your backend hosted elsewhere, which is common, you can change this or set it up in configuration. But then we're going to do API gigs. So that's the path, because the convention for the controller was API/controller name. And so we're doing API gigs. Are your fingers crossed? He's laughing. All right.
My fingers are always crossed when I code.
Okay, so I believe we've done the server, we've done the client. Now let's go into our pages where we actually add a gig and see if we can persist this gig to the database. Ooh, this is fun. All right, handle gig. So I'm guessing if form was submitted successfully, we're going to have to move. Okay, gig equals new gig. All right, we're going to assume that validation is good. So what we'll do is we'll inject our client here. Then down here, we will do a await repo add gig async gig. And then I'm just going to be nice for the form, so you're not looking at the same gig all the time. And assuming this is successful, we're going to just switch this out to a new gig.
That'll clear the form out for us. And then up at the top, Jeremy, I think we have a redundant HTTP because you've got one inside of your
this one's not being
your service.
used. So,
so we can ditch that one, just so folks aren't confused out there.
Yep, sounds good. Okay. Let me see. I've got this actually up and running. So if I refresh this, it should rebuild. Give it a second. And you know this trick, right? Move the mouse clockwise. That's the hint here, right? So that spins it up and gets it going faster. And I'll go
Gives the hamster more pellets when you do that.
That's right. So let's see. So it says it succeeded. And unhandled error. Okay, so what do we have? The resource has been blocked while trying to verify integrity. This is a new one.
Yeah, my guess would be ditch the app, do a clean, and rebuild.
Yep.
That's my gut instinct.
Clean, started, debug, start without debugging. Dun, dun, dun. Authorizing, I'm authorized. Can we add a gig? Okay, we're getting close.
Yeah, I think it failed before this last time, so I think we're good.
Let's do a gig on the 30th. We'll get paid $5. I'm going to open up the console so we can see immediate feedback. Boom. Form submitted successfully. Started processing, sending post. But did we actually ever get anything back? This is a long tail right here. Boom, 500. Okay. So then what we do is we come into our debug mode. It could be here, it could be here. And let's try this again. Would not be live coding if everything went perfect, right?
Right. So there's a couple things that could have gone wrong. We don't know if the database, the table actually exists, although you did run a migration and updated it, right?
Yeah,
so
when I do ensure created, that should go ahead and build out the table.
Yeah, so it should be there.
Let's do this. Okay, so first thing we're going to do is check this. And I believe that is what is blowing up. So probably an issue with my connection string, but let's go ahead and, oh, no type was specified for the decimal property payment. Interesting. So let's come back here. What is payment? Yeah, decimals are fun. There's conversions and some other things you have to do. So the cop-out way to do this is to turn this into a double. I'm going to do this temporarily just to see if that's our problem.
It's a good way to save for time because
Yeah.
it may not be the best practice, but we're in demo mode here, so we're just trying to get things to kind of work.
Actually, okay, so has been paid is there. Okay, we'll try this again. Authorizing, add gig. I love this lingering.
The UI is just floating above the browser.
It's like, I don't care that you're.
This is
no longer in
Visual
the
Studio
browser.
trying to get its 15 minutes on a live stream.
That's right.
It
You
always
are
does
famous.
stuff. It tries to get its attention.
All right, and payment 5.
It's like a middle
paid.
child. No offense to any middle children out there. I have two daughters that are middle children, so I know what I'm talking about.
And we're not breaking, but we're taking the longest time in the history of the world. A network server was not found or is not accessible.
So connection string, maybe?
All right, here's the plan. We're going to troubleshoot the connection string for about 2 seconds. Oh yeah, look, it escaped some of these extra. Let's try that.
That looks like it may have been the culprit.
And I'm feeling confident enough that I'm going to just start this one without debugging. Add gig, lead, 1030, 5, paid, add gig. Oh, too much confidence. Let's see if we get a different type of error. Okay.
So we got a 500 again, it looked like.
All right. So I have another trick up my sleeve if this doesn't work, is we'll switch this to SQLite, which is the easiest database in the world to set up and troubleshoot. And then we can always go back to SQL Server because it's most likely a connection string or a migrations issue. Let's see. Boom. And I'll look in chat too because we've got a very astute audience.
Yes, they've been debating the repository pattern the entire time.
Oh, look at that. So that worked. So let's make sure our gig actually came in correctly. Okay. That worked.
And is it running like the auto ID right? Is there anything we need to configure to make sure it creates its ID number? I'm trying to remember if there's anything else, any other little gotchas in here.
I wonder if the controller is validating the location. Let's do this. Let's just take this to a gig. And let's do return. Okay, object result.
Are there too many carets around gig? Is that redundant or is it ignored by the compiler? Just one more on the end. Should be a task of gig. It was a task of extra carets of gig. It seems like either the compiler ignored it. I don't know if that's an issue or not. I've never tried it to see.
I forgot if we do this, it's going to just automatically do the OK. And OK. And this is my controller. I need to make sure that it's tagged with HTTP post. All right, we are going to persist a gig. I'm so optimistic that we're going to get a gig in this database. And
maybe your disk is out of space and you don't have a gig to spare.
Yay!
See what I did there?
That's a lot of gigs. You're right. Okay, add gig.
The database has nothing in it and it's already a gig.
It probably already has multiple things, and we're just erroring out on the return. Let's see. Look at that.
That looked successful. I'll take it.
We've added a gig. And we're going to verify that too. So let's add one more gig. Let's do Redmond, Washington. Let's do October 1st, no. Choose the date picker. So much easier that way. We'll do November. And this is a massive gig, 50,000.
I think there's validation.
Oh, yeah.
We talked about this earlier. I don't know why Chris said, you're not allowed to make more than 1,000. But me and Jimmy figured out it's probably just we're not worth it because neither one of us are musically inclined. So our band isn't doing too well.
All right. So we could do the interesting way of adding a get with an IEnumerable and returning it, but I want to demo a slightly different way to grab it. Fingers crossed. Hopefully this will go quickly.
Yeah, this is something I saw you either tweeting or blogging about. I thought was really interesting, and I wanted to share. And for the, I'll just call them as I see them, the haters in the chat room. This is a demo. We're trying some unique stuff in here. So if this doesn't look like something you want to use in production, by all means, you don't have to. It's Blazor is new and it's opening up some new possibilities. So I think this is going to be pretty cool to see.
All right, so we're going to call this list gigs. And what makes this a page is that it has a page directive, right? So that should be good. Now, how do we list gigs? Well, let's do this. Let's go to the server. And let's go into our NuGet package manager. And actually what I wanted to do is go into the console. Okay, let me make sure I'm in my server project, and I'm going to install package expression power tools serialization EF core ASP.NET Core, I think is the name of the middleware. Actually, we'll find it here. Okay, ASP.NET Core, server, install.
So this package you're installing, is it a Microsoft package? Is it a personal project?
This is a personal project.
Okay.
And we got some warnings, those should be fine. So this project is a dream of mine to simplify the complexity of querying the database. And it'll make more sense when I actually add this. So let me come up here and do my using. So using my, not Microsoft, expression power tools, serialization, EF core, ASP.NET Core extensions. And then down here, where we set up our endpoints. I'm going to do endpoints, map power tools EF core, and I'm going to give it the name of gig context. Okay, so what this does is it sets up an endpoint that listens for requests to this data context that are coming from the client. Now there's a corollary on the client, so we're going to come now to our client app and manage NuGet packages for this solution. And there's an HTTP client that will go ahead and install on the client side.
So it's kind of got two companion packages that work together.
Right. There's a middleware on the server side, and then there's a client on the client side. So the way we add the client here is we, again, add our using statement. Extensions. And then down here, we're going to basically just take this same base address and configure that. So we'll do builder services, add expression power tools EF core, and we give it a base address. And there's some configuration you can do too, but we don't need that. Okay, so those are my two steps. I added the server side middleware and I added the client side HTTP. So let's go into our new list gigs. And let's do this. We're going to keep it kind of simple. We'll expose the list of gigs. And then we'll say if gigs equals null, no gigs yet.
Sorry if I'm laughing over here. So chat is still going back and forth over repository patterns and what the idea here may look like at the end, and if it's something they want to implement. So I said I really enjoyed the payoff to what you're trying to do, but then again I also enjoy pineapple pizza, and TBD Gamer has me figured out. I sent them down a rabbit hole of something else to debate while we finish up.
I don't need the at here, do I, for each? We're getting close to time, I know, so let's see how fast we can do this. And let's
So we are last session, so you are good if we need to take just a few more minutes to get this going. I saw you taking the additional at off there. You only need the extra at if there is a piece of HTML that precedes the next line of code.
Oh, you know what? I need my using.
And that'll do it.
There we go. Now it knows what a gig is. So gig date. I'm not doing any fancy formatting or anything else. Gig location. Let's just do the date and the location for now. And then let's do override on initialized async. Here comes the fun part. Let's see if I can do this. Gigs equals client context. Gig context. And another share is in store. Or is it? Should be seeing the gig context. Okay, there we go. Dot query. What are we querying on? We're querying on the gigs. I'm going to say order by G date. Then by G G location. Okay, so far just straight link. Okay, it's just the whole query. Execute remote. And this is obviously, so we would normally put these in the imports, but I'm going to put them here, the using statements. Extensions. Yeah, I need to look at how to automatically add these to the global imports when you install the package, but
Yeah, the trailing semicolons are going to get you too. They're not needed in Razor, so you're going to have a bunch of semicolons rendered all up at the top.
am I? Okay, let's see what we got going on here. What doesn't it like? Cannot implicitly to task generic list. Oh, duh. We are in a task. So let's do that. Okay. If it compiles, ship it. Let me see, I don't have a running instance, so let's go ahead and start without debugging. Okay,
So-
what could possibly go wrong?
So what have we done here?
So what this package does is it takes a link query, and you can use EF core extensions and everything else that you might want to use, and it serializes it and sends it to the middleware and actually executes it. So it allows you to use expressive link in your client to define your queries. What's unique about it is that the server puts restrictions on things like constructors, method calls, etc. So it's a huge risk if you expose iQueryable to your client, because a client could potentially issue anything like an extremely complex query, etc. So this allows you to configure rules and say you can't access this type, you can't call this method. You can also even put guardrails on things like saying that unless there's a take of 50, so if there's a limiter, then it can apply the limiter, etc. All right, fingers crossed.
So the consumer can't accidentally write a query that pulls like the entire database down.
Correct. It has
Nice.
those guardrails in place. And there's nothing at this address. Would I call it? Did I call it the right thing?
List gigs.
List gigs. Let's make sure it's an actual page though. So fetch data is just fetch data. Add gig. Wait, where did I put my list gigs?
I don't know. Is it fetch data, or is that still the weather?
Did I put list gigs on the server? Maybe I put it in. There's a shortcut to
if
actually
you hover over the tab, I think it'll tell you where it's located.
Yeah, let's just nothing to see here.
Oh, there. Oopsie.
I'm trying to
Ended
figure
up in the
out
wrong
how
project.
Yeah,
I'm surprised
no,
it worked at all. That's probably why you have so many using statements too.
Probably. Let's see. Let's try this. If it builds, ship it, right?
Right click publish. Let's give chat another one to go after. Go fetch, chat. Right click publish.
Okay. This is going to be, well, hopefully it won't conflict with the server's list gigs.
It shouldn't.
No
The server
gigs
would
yet.
be API/list gigs, I think, if it was the same.
Okay, what did we get? Status code does not ensure success. This would have been beautiful if it had worked. So in 2 minutes, I'm not sure I want to go through debugging. I do have projects that work 100% perfectly for this. Let me actually try one thing. Let me delete the list gigs off here. And there is logging I can turn on too. So there's a few things we could do, but I also want to be sensitive to time.
Yeah, I think they're getting ready to push us off. The cane is coming out, and the broom.
Well, let's do this. Let me share a couple links real quick. I promise you the project does work. You can troubleshoot it and do all of those fun things.
And we have our GitHub repo too. So if you want to tidy this up and push the GitHub repo with a pull request, we'll have it there.
Perfect. So these are some links to go check that out. And that's what I have for you. At least we got a couple gigs in the database. Pulling them out, there's the straightforward way to pull it through a controller. And I introduced an experimental project. Again, it is something that I believe should make it easier for developers to write queries in a safe way. But it is an experiment, and I'm very open to feedback on people using this and seeing how it works for them.
Yeah, so the experiment there I think is really cool because it lets you write like iQueryable chained link queries right in the client side. So normally you'd have to go off into your either your controller or some service and write all your link queries in there, and that's all up on the server in a different project. This lets you do it right in the view in a safe way, and I thought that was pretty neat. So hopefully people go and check the links out, and we'll get the project in a working state and push it up to GitHub so you can clone it and download it and run with it. So thanks again, Jeremy, for joining us. I hope people go check out your project and learn more about it. But there's definitely new opportunities being shown and or being explored because of Blazor. So I think it's really cool territory we're getting into, especially with .NET 5 coming up. So thanks again.
My pleasure. And I'm going to go off and fix that 500 error and check this in for you.
Awesome. And we've got shows on this channel all week, so we can always have you back on to review that and do that again sometime.
All right. Sounds good.
Thanks, Jeremy. We got Sam and Alyssa coming back. We've got prizes to give away or announce that we've given away. So we're going to wrap up the day here at DevReach. We've seen a lot of Blazor, a lot of cutting-edge Blazor. So this has been all done in release candidate .NET 5. So there's a lot of new bits, which it's kind of difficult to work with that sometimes when you're trying all this new stuff live on the air. But you get to see things that nobody else is really doing yet. So I think it's pretty fun. So Sam, Alyssa, are you out there?
Hello,
Whoa.
hello.
Why are we live? I'm not done with my album. That's not cool.
Oh,
Hard rock doesn't fly over the internet. Not cool.
So Sam, with the hat, do you have matching chaps?
Yeah. This is how I fly. Anyways, so this last guy, Jeremy, I like him. He was talking about gigs. I don't know if he was talking about musical gigs, but yeah, I like him. How did the kids do today? Fun stuff?
We had fun. We failed along the way, but we had fun doing it. So that's.
I don't think you failed.
Yeah, ask a musician.
We learned things. We learned many new things. So the last bit there, I think Entity Framework link queries in the client side application look really interesting to me. You start getting into branching expressions and all sorts of fun stuff in there, and you can build like interactive filters and stuff that your clients can use. A whole lot of potential there. That's why I wanted him to show that off. I thought it was really neat. But most of all, it's C# all the way. So we did all C# today to work on our app. So I think it's pretty interesting stuff.
I think it was Jimmy who said Yeah, I mean, like, you can JavaScript here if you want to. And I was like, feeling some hostility.
If you really want to.
I like if that's something you're into.
I mean, you could eat pineapple pizza if you want to.
Hey, nothing wrong with that. Nothing wrong. You know what, kid? I got to tell you something. You do one thing that I do like. On every Wednesday at 10 in the morning, I see you get up and do something called Power Hour. I like that. I like the name.
Do.
Yeah, bring out the Blazor. I don't know what it means, but I like it.
The Blazor Power. We power through some Blazor for an hour.
I was promised singing, Ed. Could you maybe sing about the Power Hour?
No, I don't sing about anything really. I'm the band manager at this point. I've been downgraded. I let the band members cap us at $1,000 a show, and I think
what
that's
all
hurting
do
us.
you do during Power Hour? Is anything up for grabs as long as
So-
it's Blazor?
Anything's up for grabs. I'm trying to take frequently asked questions, things people get stuck on, and usually it's really just something simple that folks are missing out on. A lot of it is .NET has abstracted away HTML from us for a long time, and I think that's put a lot of knowledge gaps out there for things like the form submission buttons I talked about. Came up on the show because people couldn't figure out how to get around validation, and they were looking for some custom extensions to be added to Blazor to handle it. And it's like, this, calm down for a second. This is just an HTML thing, folks. We don't need the framework to handle this for us. We just need to change the input type on the button, and you're good to go. So some of it just is basic HTML stuff. I mean, some people like to use lists. Some people like to use paragraphs when they don't belong. You know, things happen.
I'm not here to get sassed, okay?
Well, guess what? No, go on. Finish.
To say if it's a list, it's an LI. It's an unordered or ordered
for those
list.
of you who missed
It's not
it,
paragraphs, Alyssa. It's not
Ed
paragraphs.
and I had a little disagreement on stream earlier about, semantics and if it should be a paragraph or a list. But anywho, Ed's just being sassy again.
Those are some of the things we talk about on the Blazor Power Hour, just in the context of Blazor.
Well, thank you so much for this really incredible lineup today, Ed. It was awesome watching you all.
It was. Grudgingly, it was cool. Anyways, as in a rock concert, I'm guessing there are folks behind the scenes who keep this going. So thank you, everyone, and thank you, big time chat room, for helping out and for staying engaged. So we got something for you, okay? And I need to be able to see. All right, hold on. So now I can.
Are we talking about prizes now? Can I do the prizes dance?
You want to do the prize dance? I should not see there.
Prize.
I'm back to being human. Okay.
Oh, you didn't have your normal glasses on.
Yeah.
I was like, oh.
All right. Are we ready for prizes? What was in the
Pat, are we ready? Ready?
Prizes sound good.
So
what do I get?
We had books. We had Ed's book. We had Chris Sainty's book. We had Jimmy Engstrom's book. We had an Xbox. And we had gift cards, right? And fun stuff all through. All right. Let's see what we can do.
Sam, you bought me an Xbox?
Yeah.
Nice of you.
You feel.
He did. In the same way that
wish.
you were going to sing for us, he bought you an Xbox.
Let's see. Where are we? All right. There you go, folks.
Oh my gosh. All at once. Boom.
All at once. Boom.
These are the winners of today.
These are the lucky chaps.
Okay,
All right.
so we've got Blazor in Action, which is the book by Chris, who I'm guessing the winners, I'm confused. Are there 5 winners of this book?
Yeah,
Yes?
yeah, there are 5.
Okay.
5.
I'm like, what's happening with all of these columns?
Sarah Online, Chrome Terra, R. Leonard, later ApexR, Code Dragon X. All right, congratulations. And I'm sure Chris Sainty gives you a hug. Web Development with Blazor and .NET 5 by Jimmy Engstrom. All right, 10 names. I'm going to try to read them out, okay? Chunk 2197, Kitterfly Capo. I like these names. Ringhammer, Ed Matthias 18, Sterner 190.
Hey, Ed one.
Yeah. Go Duggo, Alchemist 1206.
Mr. Spoofy.
Yeah, there you go. Familiar name. Catron 0, Opus 67. All right,
And
mystery
what?
pack.
Okay, what is? Do
Mystery
we
pack.
know what the mystery pack is, or is it still a mystery? at this
It's
point?
Sam. We're just going to package him up,
Mhm.
Well, I've
and
been
he's
waiting
going to be delivered on your front porch.
stuff Sam
Good
in
for
a
you.
box for years. So
Good
this
for
is
you. You're welcome. You're welcome. All right.
dead off, bit of a geek, and cost of. Yeah, you're welcome for pronouncing those all correctly.
All right. And Amazon gift cards, wherever you are in the world, go get stuff. All right. So, modicum of sanity. Interesting. Mrs. Lay 20. Hey, hello.
Mrs. Lay.
Another familiar name. Diego Dagno. Hello, sir. Ed Hamt and C. Tabor 1943. Congratulations.
Oh
The
my gosh.
biggest one of them
Screech
all.
Rat won
Rat.
an Xbox.
You
Okay.
got the Xbox.
Incredible.
Nice.
Amazing. So excited.
And
It's an Xbox 360. So no, I'm just kidding. It's the new. It's a new. It's I don't know if it's the new one, but it's a nice one.
the new one isn't shipping yet, from what I know, but I could be wrong. I'm
Maybe
old.
for plebs like you.
Yeah.
I'm kidding.
Well, all you winners, you'll be notified today. All right. Even if you are not watching this live, thank you for tuning in. You are a winner in our books. So, long day, huh, Ed? Have you had breakfast yet?
I had breakfast. It is gone by now. Like,
You guys
that's
are
how
such
my system
breakfast
runs.
people. What is up with that?
I collapse if I don't eat breakfast. I'm out.
I'm like caffeine until about 2 p.m. and then maybe I'll eat.
My alarm clock has a waffle delivery mechanism. It just throws food at my face while I sleep, and I just wake up and start eating.
Oh my gosh. You guys crack me up. So
Leaves a trail out of the bed, so I actually get up and move.
So, like Mr. Fritz is saying, this is just day one. All right. You're all winners because you hung out with us all day. You took in all the Blazor goodness. But unlike what these kids will have you believe, there's more to dev than Blazor. Okay. You don't need to do everything in C#. Okay.
like Angular.
Yeah. All that good stuff is coming up. Okay.
Thursday.
So, tomorrow is our React Day. You're going to have TJ Vantol and a whole host of amazing speakers come and join you. And it's going to be super fun. Same
I'm so
deal.
excited.
Lots and lots of winners or prizes to give away and
was
winners.
like rock and roll theme. TJ's Prep Yourselves is casino themed. So bring your casino gear.
Cha-ching.
In. We're gonna have fun. It's gonna be awesome. And React, right? Come on, it's React.
It's React. But guess what, folks? If you want to hang out with us more, it's not going to be on Twitch because it's invite only. You know that. 2 more hours, so less than 2 hours from now. Come and hang out with us in VR. You know what I'm talking about.
Seriously.
If you have already signed up, you got the email. Sideload that app and come and join us. It's going to be in our office, custom built VR
Such
experience.
a fun after party. It's gonna be great. Angular to do mashup Angular and Blazor and watch Alyssa's head spin. Yeah. Wait, I don't think that's possible because Ed keeps saying JavaScript is awful and I will never JavaScript. So I don't. Is that even a thing, Ed?
Yeah, well, I've done enough JavaScript to know better.
I'm wondering if I could export something as an Angular element and then we could use that in a Blazor app. Do you think? You think that's a thing?
That sounds like over engineering at its finest. I'm in.
Yes. Okay. All right, Jeff. Thank you for the excellent idea. But React tomorrow, tonight, after hours VR. There should be a link in the chat to register for said event to get an invite. It's a private invite only party. But I hope to see you there. And if not, we'll see you tomorrow on the stream.
Yeah. Thanks, everyone.
We love you all.
Thank you all.
We're gonna raid someone, BT Dubs. So
Yeah.
stick around
Oh,
if
yeah.
you're ready for the
Good
raid.
catch there,
Yeah, there you
Alyssa.
go.
We almost forgot.
We're
We're going to raid. What is it? Microsoft Developer Channel.
Oh, there you go.
And if you're new to Twitch, because I know there's some new people, raid just means we're moving you to a new channel of someone we approve of.
Yep. And thanks again, Dan Roth and Jimmy Ingstrom and Chris Sainty and Jeremy Likness for coming on and sharing your knowledge today. Much appreciated.
Mwah!
Peace out.